Chapter 186. The theme of the staged photography was undoubtedly Li Zheng studying hard. And throughout the shooting, it was all very pretentious. During this process, Yu Hong and Tang's Haifei also put on a show of teaching for several minutes. Each student listened intently, not looking away, which was extremely nauseating. Li Zheng himself was also utterly disgusted. Lin Yujing was even more nauseated, barely managing not to fall asleep. However, what came next was even more revolting. That was the individual interviews. To make it appear natural, everyone was supposed to stay in the classroom, pretending it was during a break. Li Zheng then stood in a place convenient for filming, taking the interview. Every word he said could be clearly heard by the whole class, which was extremely embarrassing. Despite such embarrassment, Li Zheng gave enough face to the principal, trying his best to credit everything to the school and teachers, claiming he was just studying normally. Originally, these question and answers were all clichés, the kind of words that all competition champions and top scholars would say. But when asked one question, Li Zheng unconsciously became serious. So, Li Zheng, will your future goals be related to chemistry? The lady reporter asked. Li Zheng calmly replied, not necessarily related to chemistry, but definitely related to scientific research. Oh? Why so sure? The reporter grew interested. You might go abroad, enter a corporation, or even start your own business. Why are you so certain about engaging in scientific research? Has this been your goal since childhood? Li Zheng faced the camera and sighed. Occasionally, speaking a sincere truth felt right. Unconsciously, his expression sharpened. The lady reporter hadn't even reacted yet when Li Zheng had already begun speaking. Most audiences will only see this news. Someone from our city has won the national first place in the chem competitions. From the news, the audience will see the school's cultivation, my efforts, the teacher's help, and so forth. But none of these is the most fundamental factor. There's only one fundamental factor. Money. At this point, the reporter began to panic. The teachers and students also panicked. But ultimately they weren't too panicked, since it wasn't a live broadcast. Li Zheng, now in a speak the truth if you want mode, continued. Competition champions don't just pop up out of nowhere. They are produced by national money. For a single chem competition, from the preliminary rounds to the finals, then to training and international finals. Organizational costs are counted in tens of millions. This does not even count the investment of energy and time preparation from so many famous teachers nationwide. Now, as a champion, I am bound to enter one of the top universities. Investment in a university student by the country each year is also counted in millions. Add up the investment from my family and the state's investment in me during the compulsory education phase. A so-called competition champion like me, from elementary school to university graduation. The educational funds consumed won't be less than 5 million. At the same time, I am using the country's top educational resources. Indeed, through my own efforts, I managed to break through various selections to have these. But I am very clear that these aren't gifts from the heavens, but given to me by the entire society. Of course, the heavens did grant me some things, but society gave me more. Forget it, delete this part, let me rephrase. Given to me by the entire society. Without the collective, there would be no me. This is how a competition champion is made, this is me. As someone who has been granted so many opportunities. I also only want to do things that only I can do. Going abroad or starting a business, everyone can make their own choices, but that's not my first choice. My choice is to stay here, step by step towards a more exceptional me. To become the most unique me. To embrace the truest me. So, I want to engage in physics, my aspiration lies in scientific research. Incidentally, this is also the best way I can give back to society. That's it, these are my genuine thoughts. Oh, just one last thing to add. I hate socializing based on interests, and I like when everyone discusses and learns together. Wait, there's more. I love physics. Okay, that's all. There, I've really finished now. You can ask the next question. It took a while for everyone in the classroom to regain their composure. The reporter swallowed hard before saying, that statement of yours, we need to go back and digest it a bit, can't promise it'll be aired. No worries, I've said everything broadcast friendly at the beginning. Li Zheng nodded and smiled, it's probably time to interview other students and teachers, right? Yes. It's about time. The reporter followed Li Zheng's lead and put down the microphone for the moment. Those things you just said, did you come up with them yourself? Yes, I think fast. Li Zheng tapped his head and continued, actually, it wasn't impromptu. It's more like I thought about it for an hour or so, pretty much the effort it takes to write a Chinese essay. Oh? Are you also good at Chinese? So, my essays are decent. Would you mind providing one or two of your best essays for us to explore a bit? Sure, my proudest essay is titled Grand Strategy Beyond the Light Cone of. Before he could finish stating the title, Tang's Haifei had already rushed over. All right, interview me. I'm the class teacher. Tang's Haifei, sweating profusely, bodily blocked in front of Li Zheng, stopping his risky statement. But the reporter was still curious, looking around, trying to communicate with Li Zheng, at least the name of the essay. Tang's Haifei naturally wasn't going to give her the chance, and in order to usher Li Zheng away, he turned around and stuffed a key into his hand. Quick, go to the music classroom. Tang's Haifei then turned to Lin Yujing and said, Lin Yujing, the music teacher is looking for you. Lin Yujing was still immersed in Li Zheng's outrageous statements. Upon hearing this, she immediately went home. The music teacher? Our school has one? Though it was odd, avoiding the camera was ultimately great, so Lin Yujing set out as instructed. Just as the two left the classroom, Lu Xiaodong, who had been secretly observing from the doorway, approached them. Hard work indeed, go rehearse now. Although Li Zheng's subsequent words were rather hardcore, he did say all the polite things earlier, and Lu Xiaodong was quite pleased to promptly send Li Zheng and Lin Yujing off to be alone in the music classroom. Thus, under the principal's lead, the other teachers also knowingly cleared the way. Only Zhang Qinghua at the back had a face full of suspicion and coldness. A show? You two have a show? When did? Okay, don't overthink it. Li Zheng stepped forward and took off his school uniform. Quick, change back, they might still want to interview you. After saying that, Li Zheng handed the key to Lin Yujing. I'll go change with Qinghua first, wait for me in the music classroom. Music classroom. Lin Yujing took the key, still looking confused. Is there such a place? Outside, the small building next to the auditorium, Lu Xiaodong pointed out and laughed. The reputation of our school lies in your hands now. Lin Yujing squinted her eyes, sensing that the situation was not simple. But however she thought about it, going to the music classroom was more comfortable than facing the cameras here. So, she reluctantly complied. After changing clothes with Zhang Qinghua, Li Zheng quickly exited the academic building and saw from afar that the door of the small building next to the auditorium, the music classroom, was open. Li Zheng jogged all the way, and as he approached the door, a piano melody floated from the classroom. Initially, it was just a chordal accompaniment, somewhat lazy, as if searching for the beat. At a comfortable moment, the main melody surged in with a high note. The two melodies intertwined as if dancing together. This slowed Li Zheng's pace down significantly. He was clueless about music, but he could still discern some level of beauty. This comfortable, lazy, yet natural piano sound could obviously only be achieved by a master. The atmosphere felt vintage, like something you'd hear in a small bar or cafe. But at the same time, it had an ethereal romance. By the end, even someone as musically ignorant as Li Zheng found himself nodding to the rhythm, engulfed in a sense of floating in the air. Wonderful! As the music approached its end, while he was immersed in it, an unexpectedly sweet voice suddenly appeared, catching him off guard. In other words, I love you. As the song ended, so did the piano melody. The sudden singing left Li Zheng completely stiffened on the spot. This was truly... it was incredible. My whole body tingled, and I got goosebumps. Could it be Lin Yujing? Li Zheng, leaning on the wall, made his way to the door, then suddenly widened his eyes. In the classroom, only Lin Yujing was sitting in front of the piano, swinging her legs while looking at her phone, seemingly searching for sheet music. Ha! Li Zheng immediately jumped in. How can you be this good and not perform? Lin Yujing shuddered, instantly closed the piano, and turned to glare at Li Zheng, eavesdropping. Li Zheng laughed as he entered. Stop pretending, you play the piano at this time just so I can eavesdrop. Lin Yujing gritted her teeth, wanting to curse but couldn't. Sure enough, a master of emotional intelligence. Such deep, hidden thoughts, and he guessed them in an instant. On Li Zheng's end, As soon as he entered the music classroom, he excitedly started rummaging around. Ha, just when I was worried about not having a good act. Lin Yujing's piano skills and singing voice are right here. If everyone cooperates, how could we not make a showstopper? You're so good, that settles it. Li Zheng said as he flipped through the drawers in the back of the classroom. I won't hide it from you, in elementary school, I was the lead triangle player in the school choir, perfectly suited to accompany you. Triangle. Lin Yujing was stunned. You can even bring that instrument up? Yet. Li Zheng replied confidently, because I was so out of tune when singing, I could only play the triangle during the choir, and I did it for 6 years. I also mastered the tambourine and cymbals. Lin Yujing looked at the self-amused Li Zheng and suddenly felt a bit sorry for him. Being forced to play the triangle is not pitiful. Enjoying it, now that's pitiful. Lin Yujing couldn't help but sigh. It's nothing. Li Zheng finally dug out a triangle set from the drawer, struck it with a ding, turned around with a smile, and said, You handle the playing and solo, I'll just chime in timely with a ding. Lin Yujing felt increasingly sorry for Li Zheng. Because the harsh reality is, whether it's choir or piano performances, they never require a triangle. It's completely just a backdrop to fill the number. Lin Yujing ultimately didn't have the heart to speak the truth, simply turned her head and said, Don't. Oh come on, don't pretend, let's collaborate just once. Li Zheng approached boldly, with your playing skills and my rhythm skills, we'd definitely bring honor to the school. Rhythm skills? Think, Li Zheng. With so many people in the choir, who would hear the triangle's sound? Did your elementary school music teacher really deceive you like this? Lin Yujing almost cried out of pity. I came here to avoid interviews, not for people to listen. Lin Yujing, afraid that Li Zheng might see her pity, quickly put on the cat ear hoodie and dropped her arm over the piano to lie down. She didn't know that this action would impact Li Zheng even more. Don't. Li Zheng stared at the pair of cat ears, once again stiffened, don't wear that. Lin Yujing laid there and turned her head slightly, touched the top of the hoodie cautiously, and suddenly smiled, meow. Li Zheng went crazy. His whole face changed. Ha ha ha, Lin Yujing started to chuckle, meow, meow, meow. Enough. Li Zheng turned sharply back, clutching the triangle and yelled, Why are you so annoying? Haha, make me perform again, and I'll meow. Li Zheng, turning his back, asked reluctantly, Then at least tell me, what was that song just now? Lin Yujing giggled, You don't even know this, really a music idiot, meow. Don't add weird quirks. Meow. You, trying to control me, meow. Li Zheng turned back with a resigned face and said, I'm going back to give away the rocket model, to Zhang Qinghua. No. Lin Yujing scared hurriedly removed the hoodie, stood up nervously, no more messing around. Humph. Li Zheng then turned back, pulled a chair to sit down, wiped his face, and earnestly asked, Let's not talk about the performance, I just genuinely want to know what that song was. Li Zheng at that moment thought very clearly, if Lin Yujing refused to perform, he would just have to go on alone. While playing the triangle earlier, the music performance relaxation prompt had already popped up, allowing skills to be purchased with coins for all instruments present. Though he could easily become a performance expert, he remained a music ignorant, totally clueless about what great music pieces there were. Therefore, if possible, he wanted to pick the song he just heard, it really appealed to him. Seeing Li Zheng so determined, and thinking of how pitiful he was, Lin Yujing couldn't bear to deceive him any longer. That one just now, did you really like it? Lin Yujing asked looking out the window, what did you like about it? Yes, liked. Li Zheng pondered for a long time, then shook his head, can't explain it, just liked it. If I say it smells like space, would you believe me? Lin Yujing was shockingly appalled. Space smell. This, you can discern all that? Oh. Li Zheng bristled at once, getting excited involuntarily, did I get it right? You guessed. Lin Yujing hastily adjusted her hair, the song's name is Fly Me to the Moon. Check it yourself. When Li Zheng heard the song's name, his eyes widened immediately. Brilliant. The artistic imagination behind this song title is actually hard to translate, forcibly, it would be Take Me to Fly to the Moon. No wonder it felt so ethereal, so soft and romantic. Although he discerned so much, Li Zheng didn't know this song had become famous during last century's golden era of space exploration, even becoming the first and only song ever played on an extraterrestrial body, with the Apollo missions broadcasting it on the moon. However, Li Zheng was just temporarily unaware. It took less than half a minute for him to find out. Thank God for the internet, thank God for search engines. He also discovered that this song has countless cover versions. He promptly clicked to enjoy some. Brilliant it was. But it ultimately was not as good as the little bit Lin Yujing had just played. At least, that was his own aesthetic judgment. After listening to several versions, he sighed, put away his phone, leaned slightly forward and asked, "Would you play it again and sing it for me, not for a performance? I still prefer your version." Upon hearing this, Lin Yujing shuddered, turned frantically towards the piano, and stiffly said, I'm not as good as a professional singer. Stop being modest. Just play a segment." "No way. I can accompany you on the triangle if that works." "Get lost." Li Zheng watched Lin Yujing's rigid back, his eyes shifting cleverly. Emotional intelligence activated. He had just confirmed that Lin Yujing had played at that time specifically so he could hear it. And now she was refusing in every way possible. Clearly, it was a typical case of a woman's heart not matching her words. Examining her back, she seemed to be secretly laughing, delightingly so. It appeared she was waiting for him to beg humbly. That wouldn't do. In such a situation, continuing to plead would only put him at a disadvantage. Just like old Li. Against Lin Yujing, the truly effective strategy was none other than that forward truth. You shouldn't indulge her. Once he realized this, Li Zheng purposefully let out a huge yawn. Never mind, I'll go and accompany Zhang Qinghua's flute playing. As expected, upon hearing this, Lin Yujing visibly trembled. Suit yourself. Though she said this, her tone was much weaker. So, should Li Zheng take this at face value and actually go find Zhang Qinghua? Of course not. Advance when the enemy retreats, retreat when the enemy advances. The essence of a strategic retreat is a feigned withdrawal with an actual intent to entrap. If he truly left now, it would simply be a retreat. And in the end, he'd get nothing but Zhang Qinghua's company. Thus, the only correct strategy was, I actually wanted to fully accompany you and let you sing the whole song, Li Zheng said with pursed lips, tantalizing her. How about you listen to my triangle first? It's quite unique. No triangle, it's too pitiful. Lin Yujing struggled for a while and eventually, clutching her clothes, squeezed out her words, can't you play another instrument? Oh. Li Zheng narrowed his eyes, what do you need? I can learn. Guitar would be best, but, there's no time, only 5 days left. Lin Yujing leaned on the piano, gently caressing its surface as she sighed, it's not that I don't want to win glory for the school, it's just that I can't do well playing the piano and singing at the same time. She didn't notice that while she spoke, Li Zheng had already stripped a guitar case from the top of a cabinet in the classroom corner. This music classroom was truly amazing. Though never used, it had everything. Li Zheng quickly brought the dusty guitar case back, and without wiping it down, flipped it open. A natural wood-colored guitar lay inside. It was hard to tell its quality, but the strings were so loose they almost didn't make a sound when plucked. Lin Yujing, hearing the noise, spun around hastily. What are you doing? Li Zheng caressed the strings, his face all sly smiles. What, scared? No way, aren't you only good at the triangle? I never said only good at it. Li Zheng lifted his arm sharply, you go find the sheet music, I'll tune this up. Lin Yujing's face instantly flushed. Really, he's really going for it. It must be a lie. Chapter 187. And lay it flat across his thighs. Like a Gohan, he pressed the strings with his left hand and plucked with his right. This move genuinely shocked Lin Yujing. This way of playing the guitar wasn't just a matter of being tone deaf, right? He lacked even the most basic music knowledge. However, Li Zheng appeared totally composed. In his melancholy, he even emitted a bit of an imposing aura. In his mind, this scene corresponded to the one in Swordsman where the demon sect elder Chu Yang and the righteous sect leader Lu Zhengfeng played together. Therefore, he purposely held the guitar horizontally like it was a guqin. The melody is high and lonely, hard to find a connoisseur. Lin Yujing, consider this, think it over. Lin Yujing just sighed, feeling utterly bored. She had actually started expecting something from this good-for-nothing just now. How crazy! You should go and compose music for Zhang Qinghua, I'm going to rest. Lin Yujing flopped down on the piano and soon fell asleep again. Seeing this, Li Zheng felt a bit let down, but after reflecting for a while, he brightened up again. In Swordsman, the piece played by Chu Yang and Lu Zhengfeng was a combination of piano and flute. And Lin Yujing was not a flutist, Zhang Qinghua was. That's why she was jealous, saying she should be the one to compose music for Zhang Qinghua. Li Zheng thought he had figured out the second layer, but Lin Yujing was already on the third layer. In front of such masters, it's better not to show off. Alright, let's stop fooling around, Li Zheng said as he took off his leather jacket and hung it over the back of the chair, then rolled up his shirt sleeves with a flourish. Let's confirm, you want guitar accompaniment, right? Lin Yujing just lazily waved her hand and fell asleep again. Li Zheng didn't bother her anymore and began to explore the relaxation interface. Lin Yujing clearly had become immune to his emotional tactics. No choice, time to resort to inner strength. Li Zheng. Game coin, 25. Relaxation activity detected, instrument playing. Vitality recovery rate, 0.3, playing guitar, ... Daily recovery limit, 60 minutes. Coins can be used to acquire related skills. Modern music theory, fully master the knowledge of modern music theory. 5 game coins. Breath of phonation, master instruments like the whistle, sheng, suana, flute, harmonica, and French horn, centered around vibration of air, on par with a professional performer's level. 5 game coins. Strumming fingers, master instruments such as the piano, erhu, gahan, violin, and guitar, centered around vibration of strings. 10 game coins. Membrane vibration force, master percussion instruments like the drum set, big drums, and hand drums centered around vibration of membranes. 5 game coins. Li Zheng looked at these skills, putting aside other thoughts. So imposing. He really wanted to try them all. Too bad, the game coins were limited. It seems he'd have to go down the path of corruption to fully explore them. For now, it seems a combination of modern music theory plus strumming fingers is necessary. Although 15 game coins were somewhat painful to part with, having an additional daily relaxation activity was excellent. Li Zheng no longer overthought it and stylishly threw in the coins, acquiring the skills. Instrument playing skill level increased. Daily recovery limit, 90 minutes. With the influx of new knowledge, Li Zheng's eyes widened in realization. A few seconds later, Li Zheng rubbed his chin and sighed lightly, so that's how it is. He had always thought music was a profound artistic discipline, and he strived to understand it emotionally. But that was completely wrong. Totally and utterly wrong. The essence of music is mathematics, with a bit of physics and material science to boot. The reason is simple, all sounds are based on material vibrations. The quality of the material determines the tone. The frequency of the vibration determines the pitch. The interval of vibration determines the beat. The mixture of vibrations forms music. In this regard, excluding the material factor, everything else is merely a matter of simple geometric progressions. For example, a piano octave encompasses 12 keys, from do to Si, consisting of 7 white keys and an additional 5 black keys. Among these, the first key, C, also known as do, is universally accepted and pleasant to the ears as the starting point of the scale, and its vibration frequency can be measured as F0. Thereafter, in accordance with human auditory habits, the first note of the next octave, the higher do, should have a vibration frequency of 2F0, exactly double. With the vibration frequencies of the beginning and the end determined, the next task is to evenly divide the frequencies of the intermediate notes into 12 parts. Intuitively, one might think to use an arithmetic sequence to make the frequency of each note differ by 1/12. However, in fact, the human ear discerns the pitch of notes based on the ratio of frequencies between them, not the difference in frequencies. A normal person can easily distinguish between 50 Hz and 55 Hz, but finds it difficult to differentiate between 5000 Hz and 5005 Hz. Therefore, a geometric progression must be utilized here. According to middle school mathematics, the ratio of frequencies between adjacent notes should be the 12th root of 2. That is, 1.05946. Using this ratio in a geometric progression, an octave of musical scales is created. This is also exactly the 12-tone equal temperament widely used in modern music theory. Spearheaded by Zhu Zaiyu, one of Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang's descendants. Speaking frankly, the 12th root of 2 is somewhat terrifying. To calculate it, they even devised an 81-digit abacus. As to how long it took, no one knows. Salute to the mathematical masterminds. Incidentally, some of the earliest ancient musical scales, invented by Pythagoras, were also devised by a mathematical genius. At this moment, Li Zheng recalled the musical staff, the beats, the key signatures. Everywhere between the lines, inside and out. It was all mathematics. Brilliant! Li Zheng felt for the first time that music was so fascinating, he couldn't wait to grab his guitar and begin tuning the strings. For beginners, this process often requires a tuning fork or a tuner to determine the reference tone. But for an ordinary professional like Li Zheng, his ears alone were sufficient for the task. Thinking about each tightening of the guitar strings causing wondrous changes in the vibration frequencies, swirling with the beauty of mathematics, Li Zheng felt increasingly vigorous with each adjustment. He repeatedly compared the dang 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 sound of each string, his mind filled with geometric progressions. Hearing these professional tuning sounds, the dozing Lin Yujing also twisted slightly, peeking through gaps just like in the classroom. One could see Li Zheng's face flush with excitement, twisting and turning the tuning pegs, muttering about square roots and such. The man emanated an unusual aura of a piano demon. Lin Yujing was no less astounded. How could playing a guitar give one the impression of solving mathematical Olympiad problems? She couldn't help but twist her head a few more angles, casually flicking her hair to expose her left ear, listening intently. If it had been anyone else, they probably wouldn't have noticed anything special. But Lin Yujing shuddered the moment she listened. Dang! The first string, high-pitched mi. Dang! The second string, middle-pitched si. Dang! The middle-pitched so. The sixth string, low-pitched mi. Correct, all correct. She had tuned it correctly. In her astonishment, Li Zheng strummed the strings and suddenly looked up, his eyes demonically rolling, intuitively and precisely glaring at Lin Yujing's peeking left eye from between her hair strands. His inner strength was complete. Bring on the battle. This time, Li Zheng didn't hold back and asked directly, "Did you find the music sheets?" Lin Yujing's heart raced and she feigned sleep in fright. This wasn't good. Li Zheng frowned and said, "What's the meaning of this? Wasn't it you who asked if I played guitar and wanted to have a session?" I. Lin Yujing struggled for a moment, then suddenly clenched her fists and got up, heading straight for the door. "I'm thirsty, going to grab a water bottle." Li Zheng hadn't expected someone who was seemingly asleep to disappear so suddenly with a swoosh. However, he had just grasped the marvelous connection between mathematics and music, so he was in high spirits and didn't get upset. After all, playing a duet with Zhang Qinghua wasn't a bad idea either. Outside the classroom, Lin Yujing didn't actually go to get a water bottle but ran towards a large tree at the very end of a row of single-story classrooms, her hands on her hips, panting heavily. Indeed, she didn't want to bring glory to the school, nor was she playing games with Li Zheng. She was simply afraid of crowds. Unlike Li Zheng, who embraced the "look all you want, I just look like this" boldness. And also unlike Zhang Xiaoke, who would laugh and say, "Ha ha ha, I'm indeed the cutest." Lin Yujing was extremely afraid of being stared at. Not to mention being stared at by so many people. Even less mentioning being stared at alongside Li Zheng. Playing basketball on the playground was already her limit of tolerance. Performing in public, especially in front of students from other schools, was a step she still couldn't take. As she panted, an electronic sound effect of rocket into orbit emerged from the pocket of her hoodie. Lin Yujing's ears perked up, and she reluctantly pulled out her phone. It was just her WeChat notification sound, equivalent to everyone else's ding ding ding. Lin Yujing thought it was a message from Li Zheng, but the sender turned out to be, "Rocket, Mom, Rocket." This was actually the nickname she had set. In reality, it was her mom, Shen Tinglan. "Mom, someone has a birthday tomorrow." "Lin Yujing? Are you in June?" "Mom, smiley face, yes, December 25th, who else could it be?" "Lin Yujing, Jesus." "Mom, guess again." "Lin Yujing, Mao Zedong." "Mom, cover face crying, it's Li Zheng." "Lin Yujing." "Mom, I happened to see it on his dad's Moments, whistle, dot." "Lin Yujing, liar, you never check moments. Mom, experiment is starting, turning off the phone now. Mom, by the way, I won't be back before midnight, so fend for yourself, or maybe go with classmates. Lin Yujing, you should really turn off your phone. Mom, flying kiss, flying kiss, flying kiss. After putting away her phone, Lin Yujing was considerably annoyed. Why suddenly notify her about such useless news? What she didn't know was, at that moment, Li Zheng was also checking his phone in the music room. Old Li, I forgot to mention on the phone, do you remember what day is tomorrow? Li Zheng, annoying. Old Li, no blame on you, my fault, didn't expect it to hit exactly on this day. Li Zheng, anything or nothing. Old Li, quite a few surgeries today, won't make it back before midnight, go out to celebrate with classmates, I'll reimburse you. Li Zheng, oh. Old Li, so, decided who to invite yet? Li Zheng, aren't you busy with surgeries? Old Li, aren't you supposed to be in class? Li Zheng, biology class. Old Li, oh, that's right. Li Zheng put away his phone, his previously good mood completely disrupted by Old Li. Having a birthday was already annoying enough. Especially on the awkward date of December 25th. He definitely didn't want his classmates to find out. Just as Li Zheng was somewhat settling his mood, he saw Lin Yujing scurry in and immediately lay on the piano. Li Zheng ignored her, focusing on tuning the strings by himself. After a moment, Lin Yujing suddenly stomped her foot with a bang. Li Zheng lifted his head, hey. Lin Yujing kept her head down, silent. Li Zheng shook his head and continued tuning. Soon, there was another bang as she stomped her foot again. Li Zheng looked up again, hey. You. Lin Yujing hesitated for a moment before squeezing out a few words, you should just say it yourself. Say what? Bang. Another foot stomp. Li Zheng thought for a moment and then laughed. As expected, after hearing my guitar, she couldn't resist wanting to collaborate. But she was acting differently before. Now, he just wanted to find a way to step down. Okay, I'll say it, Li Zheng raised his hand and smiled, I want to collaborate on a song with you, could you please find some guitar accompaniment music scores? This time, Lin Yujing didn't stomp her feet, she just twisted her body, and her eyes peeked out from her hair, then you have to return. November 1st, remember clearly. Li Zheng looked confused, did I miss a sentence? Thump thump thump. Lin Yujing stomped her feet 3 times. Scum. Dazed. Pig. Hooves. Li Zheng fell into deep reflection. I have to return? Return what? November 1st? What is this? Wait. Could it be? You, know that my, tomorrow. Li Zheng swallowed. Lin Yujing didn't speak, indicating her consent. So, your birthday is November 1st. Stomping her feet. Indicating affirmation. This time, Li Zheng understood the situation just now. She was using participation in the performance as a bargaining chip, exchanging birthday gifts. Humph, such a childish woman. But then again, he indeed needed something from Lin Yujing, and it wasn't bad for her to use this to exchange for a future birthday gift. All right, it's a deal, Li Zheng generously nodded, November 1st, right? I've got it. Why are you shaking so much? Lin Yujing finally felt comfortable after shaking, then she sat upright, straightened her hair, and said casually, then, you play a practice piece first, you must pass. Upon hearing this, Li Zheng's eyes widened. The whole person became frantic. Although he was a master of music theory and a professional string musician. But actually, he couldn't play a single piece. It was like a master with top-level inner strength techniques who couldn't even perform basic military boxing. This was really awkward. Seeing this, Lin Yujing smirked, ha! A scum-dazed pig-hoof who can only tune strings. Damn it! Li Zheng irritably scratched his head. No, he had to play something. Thinking it over. The most familiar melody. It could only be that. He had to improvise around that melody. Using the mathematical laws of tonality and the mathematical principles of chords, supplemented by common background music suites. Li Zheng then lowered his head, and his left hand played by feel, plucking the thickest 2 strings. His right hand, after tapping the guitar body twice to find the beat, cut in at the right moment, his thumb quickly plucking the two thick strings. The groovy bass accompaniment thump, bomp, bam started up. Although it was played on a guitar, this fast-paced bass part sounded just like a bass guitar. This series of rapid plucking also surprised Lin Yujing into frizzing up and slightly opening her mouth. However, the frizzing didn't last long. Because Li Zheng started to sing. 2 tigers. 2 tigers. Run fast, crack. Half a minute later, the song 2 tigers ended. Li Zheng finished the strings, and proudly raised his head. How about that? Lin Yujing was still in a state between frizzing and just kill me, unable to utter a word. A divine accompaniment, with a ghost-like singing tone, this feeling was like eating a piece of cheesecake doused in soy sauce. A long while later, Lin Yujing finally spoke the words she wanted to say half a minute ago, you should just keep your mouth shut. Oh. Li Zheng raised his eyebrows, so, you're satisfied with my finger technique? Reluctantly, Lin Yujing still bit her lip and nodded, let's give it a try. Chapter 188. Several class committee members were interviewed, however, Lu Xian, who was originally the most familiar with Li Zheng, was not featured because he appeared too mature and unsuitable for the camera. The next class was physical education, which Cai Fei had initially planned to skip. But just as Xiao Dong was leaving, he instructed her to keep an eye on Li Zheng's rehearsal, so she had no choice but to skip the PE class. Cai Fei asked King Hua to bring his flute and then dragged his trusted companion out of the teaching building. What is a trusted companion? A trusted companion is someone with whom you share your heart. It was only in King Hua's company that Cai Fei would occasionally reveal some of his worries. Why am I always creating opportunities for them? How am I supposed to do my job as a homeroom teacher? Cai Fei strode away furiously. King Hua followed behind, finding himself in an awkward situation. Why are you dragging me into this? Cai Fei turned around, giving him a look of trust. With you here, they might behave a little better, right? Ah. King Hua looked bewildered. I don't think so. Be confident, King Hua. Cai Fei glanced at the flute in King Hua's hand. Li Zheng is definitely a music idiot, can only manage something like a triangle, and won't be able to organize anything worth watching. Wait, and I'll help you. I'll let your flute join in and take the lead in the performance. King Hua's face lit up. All these days of being a trusted companion weren't for nothing. With the homeroom teacher's endorsement, King Hua's spirits lifted, and he nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Teacher Tang, I'm absolutely confident in my flute skills. Soon, the two of them had approached the music classroom. Clear voices could be heard coming from inside. Li Zheng, let's do it one more time. Lin Yujing, that's the third time already. Li Zheng, but I'm still not satisfied. It feels like it could be faster. Lin Yujing, it's already fast, any faster and I won't be able to keep up. Li Zheng, come on. Lin Yujing, aren't you tired? Li Zheng, is that all? I could do this from morning till night and not get tired. Besides, you seem pretty thrilled too, let's go one more time. Lin Yujing, it is thrilling. Alright, I can't take it anymore, one more time. Li Zheng, yes. Outside the door, Cai Fei and King Hua simultaneously shuddered. No, not just shuddered, they continued to shiver. King Hua's hand stiffened, and the flute fell. Cai Fei stumbled, and his shoe came off. He didn't pick up his flute. She didn't look for her shoe. They just stood there, looking at each other, world views crashing down. Cai Fei, did you hear that? King Hua, heard it. Cai Fei, what do we do? King Hua, you are the teacher here. Cai Fei, should we report this? King Hua, I think that's a possibility. Cai Fei, shall we go in now? King Hua, oh. Cai Fei, what happened? Don't scare me. King Hua, do you smell a foul odor or is it just me? While Cai Fei frantically searched for his shoe. Suddenly, an incredible guitar sound came from inside. The increased edibility lied in the fact that such a caliber of playing seemed to exist only within music players. To hear it in reality felt very surreal. Before they could exclaim, an even more incredible voice followed. Fly me to the moon. Let me play. Among the stars. It was a voice that existed between dolphin tones and sweet girl tones, hard to describe in words. This incredible singing voice, intertwined with the incredible guitar accompaniment. It was like one was a sprite, and the other was a forest. One was a dolphin, and the other was a wave. One was a satellite, and the other was a rocket. At this moment, Zhai Fei and King Hua felt they had been completely pulled into another scene. 2 minutes later, the song was nearing its end. In other words, please be true. In other words, you. Upon hearing this, the guitar accompaniment abruptly stopped. Li Zheng got angry. How is it you again? It's I love you. Just sing it boldly, man, this is disrespectful to music. Lin Yujing was not easy to provoke either. Scumbag, 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 scumbag. Li Zheng scratched his head resentfully. Damn. I'm not that bad of a scumbag, but what can I do? It's all because I met Shi Yang. Who wouldn't be a scumbag around him? Forget it, let's do it again, and sing it properly this time. Li Zheng tuned his strings again. No more singing. Let's go to PE class, scumbag, 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 scumbag. Lin Yujing turned and ran out. As soon as she exited, she bumped into a dazed Zhai Fei and King Hua. Ah! Lin Yujing let out a little cry of panic and suddenly changed her expression, covering her nose with both hands and looking around. King Hua had by then reacted. So what Zhang Xiaoke said was true. This is not good. Must protect teacher Xiao Tang. He simply kicked off his own shoes, and stepped forward. Stop looking, my feet stink. Lin Yujing quickly covered her face tighter, gave a reluctant nod to Zhai Fei, and then fled. Only then did Zhai Fei hurriedly bend down to put on his shoes. When he looked up, King Hua left him only a view of his back, tying his shoelaces. King Hua! Don't mention it! King Hua raised his hand. Boys, if it stinks, it stinks. Watching King Hua's demeanor, Zhai Fei didn't know what else to say. Everyone was of similar age, so why was there such a big difference between them? Once both had their shoes on, Li Zheng came out carrying his guitar case. Li Zheng, you. Seeing it was really Li Zheng, King Hua couldn't help feeling a pain in the heart and glared, you play nicely. Thanks, thanks, there's still a lot of room for improvement. Li Zheng thanked him, then smiled at Zhai Fei, I'll borrow this guitar for now. Oh. It was only then that Zhai Fei waved his hands and carefully approached, then I'll officially submit the program for you and Lin Yujing. Okay. Li Zheng turned to look at King Hua too? Although we can't add the flute, having a triangle player would be perfect. Maybe not. King Hua clenched his flute and looked down, I'll just battle it out alone. Next time then. Li Zheng patted King Hua, carrying his case away. Once he was distant, Zhai Fei sighed, anyway, thanks for your hard work, my class president. You're not having an easy time either, Teacher Tang. We'll just pretend they don't exist, shall we? I think we can. Then, can I listen to Serious Snow? Now? Yes, music classroom, please. Teacher Tang, after you. When the bell rang next, it was time for PE class. Class 2 grade 11 and Class 3 grade 11 were both attending, boys in one team, girls in another. The boys' team was naturally led by Qiao Sheng. All the boys from the two classes knew he was not to be trifled with and promptly lined up in 4 rows to await orders. Soon, from the direction of the bungalows by the school gate, a man in a red tracksuit with a shaven head, blowing a whistle, slightly stooped at the waist, came walking towards them with his hands clasped behind his back. Qiao Sheng always walked with such swagger. But this time, as he approached, his eyes grew wider and wider. Not for any other reason but because there was a man in a leather jacket and jeans among the lineup. Even Qiao Sheng wouldn't dare to dress like that. You. Qiao Sheng started waving his hands and shouting, you motherf. He had already decided what to curse, but upon seeing the face clearly, he swallowed his words back down. The barrage quickly turned into, you look great. The boys from both classes suddenly felt deflated. To think that Qiao Sheng used to be such a force, and now he's lost his edge. Feeling embarrassed, Qiao Sheng couldn't keep praising Li Zheng and instead shouted at the others, you haven't eaten, right? Spread out, let the class president lead the warm-up, and then run 1000 meters. Chapter 189. Ah! Why is it 1000 meters again? Let's play basketball, Teacher Qiao. Qiao Sheng, holding his notebook, cursed, all you fucking know is basketball. This time we're keeping score. Those who run 1000 meters within 3 minutes and 15 seconds can play basketball, the rest will keep running. No way, Teacher Chiao, Lu Xin said with a mournful face, isn't 3 minutes and 20 seconds already an excellent score? Don't you fucking need to put on weight? Qiao Sheng waved the notebook as he urged them on, spread out, let the class monitor lead. Zhang Qinghua was reluctantly forced to step out and organize the warm-up exercises. While the boys were begrudgingly doing their warm-ups, the girls had already picked up basketballs and begun practicing lay-ups. Of course, there were also quite a few girls who simply joined hands and strolled around, which was related to the PE teacher's management style. Lin Yujing, who initially did not want to stroll, could do nothing about Zhang Xiok being so clingy. Come on, I'll tell you an important secret. Zhang Xiok pulled Lin Yujing aside to a corner of the sports field, beside the fence outside the plastic track, and whispered into her ear, tomorrow is Master's birthday. Lin Yujing just pouted her lips and kicked away the dead leaves at her feet. What's that reaction? Zhang Xiok's eyebrows tightened as she realized something was up. Could it be that you know? No. I don't know. Lin Yujing's face stiffened as she turned her head away. Oh, so you've learned to lie. Zhang Xiok seized the opportunity to grab and knead, capturing both ears with a pincer move, sneakily preparing a gift. How cunning! Don't, not here. Although Lin Yujing was skilled, she was still no match for Zhang Xiok, who ate meat at every meal, and wrestling in front of so many people was also undignified, so she struggled and begged for mercy. Okay, have you kneaded enough? Not enough. Zhang Xiok held onto the ear and threatened, you still have to put on the hood. After some tussling, Zhang Xiok finally got enough of seeing Lin Yujing in her hooded style and temporarily let her go, taking her hand and strolling away. Alright, let's talk serious. Actually, I did prepare a gift, Zhang Xiok said with a sly smile, licking her lips, but if I were the only one to give it, it'd be too weird. So, how about we all give one, okay? But I've already given one. Lin Yujing started to say, then suddenly covered her mouth, before breaking away and fleeing. Zhang Xiok only then realized what was going on and gave chase with a flailing threat, crafty. Yujing is crafty. A rub punishment. While they were chasing each other, the whistle blew, and the more than 40 boys from the two classes had already started. Due to the large size of the group, competing for the front spots was especially important, otherwise, one would have to push and shove their way from the back. Just like always, Zhang Qinghua excitedly secured the first row, and sprinted for the first 50 meters to get ahead of the pack, which made the rest of the race much more comfortable for an athlete like him. Lake Ying Middle School's sports field is 200 meters round, and you would hit the first bend just after completing 50 meters. At this point, Zhang Qinghua would always glance back to ensure he had created a gap. As he looked to the side, he saw the large group jostling at its core with Lu Xin. Turning around once more, the closest boy from class 3 was also trailing by 3 to 4 meters, not daring to overtake forcefully. Zhang Qinghua laughed. The first place, again, is mine. He had not even finished the thought when suddenly he felt a gust of wind pass over his scalp. Ordinarily, one would need to feel it pass by the ears or neck. But he, Zhang Qinghua, could sense it with his scalp. He quickly turned his head, only to find a shirt-clad boy had already completed a silent bend and overtaken him. And he was fucking wearing Oxfords. Impossible, distance running was his absolute forte. Zhang Qinghua did not have time to think further, abandoning his usual prudent strategy, he quickened his pace once again. All of his hair lifted as he overtook within 50 meters, rising high. Li Zheng, who had been running just fine, also glared in response. Winning or losing was secondary, what he cared more about was getting an excellent for his sports grade. As Lu Xin had said, the excellent score for 1000 meters for senior 2 boys was 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Zhang Qinghua's usual score ranged from 3 minutes and 5 seconds to 3 minutes and 10 seconds. So as long as he kept pace with him, he could easily clinch an excellent score. You should know, for over a month, Li Zheng has been diligently running 5 kilometers every morning. A mere 1000 meters, not getting an excellent score, how could that be possible? Therefore, Li Zheng also abandoned his usual pace and forcibly kept up with Zhang Qinghua. Not to mention the boys, even the girls wandering around the playground were shocked. Before this, Li Zheng had always been the leader of the fourth group in the 1000-meter run. The first group was Zhang Qinghua. The second group consisted of a few people around 3 minutes and 20 seconds. The third group comprised the large majority who finished between 3 minutes 30 seconds to 3 minutes 50 seconds. The fourth group was the weaker crowd finishing after 4 minutes. The fifth group included the heavyweight contenders aiming for 5 minutes, as well as the cool and leisurely members of the fallen sect. Unexpectedly, this time, Li Zheng from the fourth group was actually challenging Zhang Qinghua, the last in the school sports meeting for their grade. Zhang Qinghua was also desperate, glancing back every 2 steps, and as long as Li Zheng was still behind him, he clenched his teeth to maintain high speed, foregoing stamina management. Li Zheng, aiming for an excellent score, was similarly determined. Ignoring the heaviness of his leather shoes and the tearing of his shirt, he forcefully pursued. Amidst gasps of surprise, Li Zheng actually completed a lap without falling behind. The second lap was the same. By the third lap, Zhang Qinghua truly couldn't hold on any longer and slightly reduced his speed, and Li Zheng finally slowed down with him, avoiding running himself to death. At this point, they had already left the second group half a lap behind. When passing the starting point, Xiao Sheng couldn't watch anymore. Li Zheng, for heaven's sake, take care of your body, there are limits to the heart. Li Zheng actually had an idea in his heart: if Zhang Qinghua didn't slow down, he would probably have given up himself. By the time they reached the fourth lap, the two were still stubbornly biting at each other's heels, incidentally lapping the fallen sect. In the final lap, Zhang Qinghua's stride and breathing became chaotic. After all, he had run too fiercely before. Li Zheng was also suffering, mainly because of the stupid shoes. Both dragged their legs as if they weren't their own, running hard without any excess energy to even utter half a word. Only their hearts were fiercely determined. Zhang Qinghua thought, I absolutely cannot lose, absolutely cannot lose. Li Zheng thought, an excellent score in high school long-distance running, it's really damn difficult, who the hell set this standard? The battle between men is often a simple yet absurd obsession. When they reached the last bend, they even forgot what their obsession was, only remembering they had won. For the sake of their obsession, they didn't allow themselves to relax for even a moment. The pair, locked in a grim struggle, could only hear each other's violent gasps. That was the only obsession left. Run. Keep running. Don't stop. Even if there's no feeling left, even if grimacing and drooling, even though you know you might collapse with the next step, you cannot stop. Just like Coach and XI said. Whether it's a dream or something else. Once you give up, the match is over, isn't it? On the other side, the girls, hugging their basketballs, had drifted over to the finish line in advance. Even though Lin Yujing didn't care about this at all, she was still dragged there by Zhang Xiok. Wow, even the sports master is rising up. Zhang Xiok stood beside the track, cupping her mouth and shouting, Master! Sprint! 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 Lin Yujing looked at Zhang Qinghua and Li Zheng's disheveled appearance from a distance and simply thought it was foolish. Just as she was about to sneak away while Zhang Xiok wasn't paying attention, a grating voice suddenly erupted nearby. Go! Li Zheng! Go Zheng Zheng! Chapter 190. It was Chen Jinyu. Instantly, Lin Yujing's face showed a fierce glint. Before she could react, Zhang Xiok started cursing, Zheng Zheng, is that what you call him? Is it any of your business? Chen Jinyu still shouted loudly, Zheng Zheng, go for it. Win and I'll reward you. Damn! Witnessing Zhang Qinghua and Li Zheng getting closer and closer, Zhang Xiok didn't bother with Chen Jinyu anymore, just kept cheering, Sprint, Master! Don't stop, Master! Under their instigation, more girls joined the cheering squad. After all, the excitement was comparable to the school sports day. Of course, the key point was that these two breathless guys were both very handsome. One could imagine that if it were two lose-ins, even if they ran for 2 minutes, nobody would care. More importantly, if one stood at the finish line to cheer, there would be an illusion that these two exhaustedly handsome men were sprinting towards oneself with all their might. That felt awesome. So, the finish line cheer squad grew unprecedentedly large. Go for it! Li Zheng, go for it! Qinghua, run, Qinghua! Forever love Zhang Qinghua! Master, don't stop, Master! Zheng Zheng! Zheng Zheng! It's worth mentioning that Zhang Qinghua's core supporters were still there, with at least 1/4 of the girls, led by Zhang Yu, cheering for him. In this chaotic scene, Lin Yujing, too, was moved and tried a timid go for it. But it didn't carry at all. All she could do was watch as the two guys' expressions of struggle and pain intensified. What on earth were men after? It was just running. Although rationally, Lin Yujing thought they were being silly. The visual stimulation was somewhat heart-wrenching. She wanted to cheer but just couldn't get it out. And it was really bothering her. In the blink of an eye, Li Zheng and Zhang Qinghua had run onto the final straight. The last 50 meters. Though they could hardly sprint anymore, they still had to push on. Li Zheng narrowed his eyes and moved to Zhang Qinghua's left rear, not needing to stay in the inside lane for this final sprint. But Zhang Qinghua hadn't noticed this because his eyes were fixed on the finish line. He hadn't seen any of the girls, not even Lin Yujing. He hadn't heard the cheers either. Only the finish line, only this one chance. He had to win. Li Zheng, aiming for athletic excellence, was equally determined. Too hard, 3 minutes and 20 seconds were damn too hard. Both of them launched into the final sprint, their faces becoming more contorted. Yet the gap of less than a meter between them remained nearly unchanged. With the last 20 meters to go and the finish line in sight, the girls' cheers grew even more frantic, to the point where it was impossible to distinguish who was who. Lin Yujing, seeing Li Zheng appearing increasingly deflated as if he was about to give up, impulsively raised her hand. Her face flushed as she put on the cat ear hoodie. This should be cheering enough, right? But when she plucked up the courage to look at Li Zheng again, she realized that Li Zheng wasn't looking this way at all. He was just running plain and simple. Zhang Qinghua was doing the same. Ugh! Lin Yujing covered her mouth in embarrassment. She made such a grand gesture, yet it had gone completely unnoticed. That made her feel even worse. In desperation, her face flushed with heat, she pulled the hoodie back down. At this moment, she had to admit. This is probably what they call men's battle, I guess. It's even more childish than imagined. The last 10 meters. Zhang Qinghua was already leaning forward, his eyes bloodshot as he sprinted for the finish line. Li Zheng, on the other hand, didn't consider his form at all, grappling like a dog, all for outstanding athleticism. 5 meters. 3 meters. Ah! At the last moment of the sprint, Zhang Qinghua had already roared, crossing the finish line and collapsing on the ground, panting hard and covering his face. He didn't see anything, nor did he know the outcome, but he knew he had given it his all. It was unclear how much time had passed. Then he finally heard a voice. You motherfucker, so fast. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Li Zheng next to him, panting heavily and clutching his knees like a dog that had run itself ragged. Zhang Qinghua, seeing this, laughed dumbly and said, like, you didn't want to win, you looked like a dog. Your mother. Li Zheng couldn't hold it in either, collapsing to lie back beside Zhang Qinghua. It was then that Jiao Sheng finally came over with a stopwatch, his wide eyes kicking both of them once, badass. Qinghua 255, Li Zheng 258. Ah! Zhang Qinghua's eyes shot open, his facial muscles gradually relaxing. He had won. Finally, he won once. A long time. He hadn't breathed this easily in a while. Li Zheng felt the same sense of relaxation. It's so hard. Finally, he had also achieved excellence in the last subject, physical education. Seeing the two of them looking utterly spent, Jiao Sheng landed another kick. If you want to walk tomorrow, better get up and stretch right now. With that, he returned to the finish line to prepare for the second group of runners. Li Zheng was the first to stand up, extending his right hand to Zhang Qinghua. You're really strong. Not at all. Zhang Qinghua smiled, using Li Zheng's arm for support to get up. It's mainly your shoes that are not suitable. It did affect me, next time I'll swap them for running shoes for another round. I'll be waiting, said Zhang Qinghua as they supported each other and began to walk. You know, without you, I wouldn't believe I could run under 3 minutes. Li Zheng also sighed, without you, I probably would have stopped at good. I wouldn't have had the nerve to aim for excellent. You're twisted. Not every category has to be excellent, Zhang Qinghua said, shaking his head and laughing. Anyway, it'll soon be time to see Teacher Tao, and for the physics competition, I fear I may only get a participation award. Never mind the awards, it's about progress, Li Zheng said, patting Zhang Qinghua on the shoulder. Just like this run, we can progress together in the physics competition. Zhang Qinghua, looking at Li Zheng serious in the sunshine, felt his heart soften and nodded vigorously, yes, let's progress together. This time, it had nothing to do with Lin Yujing. And it definitely wouldn't snow again. At this moment, Zhang Xiok was also pulling Lin Yujing, running from the teaching building, and pushed the water bottles towards them. Alright, you were both superb, now drink some water. Giving Li Zheng water had become a routine for Zhang Xiok. But this time, she even brought Zhang Qinghua's. Together with Lin Yujing. Oh. I actually have one, Zhang Qinghua said, dazed. You're the first after all. Zhang Xiok forcefully handed the water bottle over, her gaze drifting as she said, I was cheering for you. Pfft. Lin Yujing laughed, I didn't hear it. Say that again and I'll pinch you. Zhang Xiok made clawing gestures again. After evading a few times, Lin Yujing was in a rare mood to care about Li Zheng and Zhang Qinghua. You two are so dumb, don't run like that next time. Li Zheng just hummed in response, too lazy to bother with her. But Zhang Qinghua was pleasantly surprised, ah? Am I dumb too? Dumb, Lin Yujing nodded, then wrestled and went off with Zhang Xiok. Ah! Zhang Qinghua stood there in a daze, Li Zheng, I feel like I'm a person now. Don't rush, we have to go to Teacher Tao's office for physics problems later. Ah! Chapter 191. After all groups finished running, except for the fifth group known as the Fallen Sect, the rest of the students also collapsed on the playground. Qiao Sheng stood in the center, looking at the score sheet, and began to lecture brazenly. Look at this, look at these scores, they're all shit. Out of the boys from 2 classes, only 3 are excellent. You guys just lack exercise. Zhang Qinghua, Li Zheng, Yang Rui, you 3 no longer need to run, just go straight to get basketballs when class starts. The boys sprawling on the ground inevitably looked at these 3 with envious glances. From now on, their PE class would be equivalent to playing basketball. However, Li Zheng suddenly raised his hand and said, no, I want to run. Qiao Sheng swallowed his spit and then said, then you run. Zhang Qinghua quickly followed, I will run too. Qiao Sheng looked at the 2 sardonically, then turned his head to look at the girls playing aimlessly on the basketball court, and cursed again, are you fuckers just lusting after girls? Zhang Qinghua nodded earnestly, no, Teacher Qiao, running is more interesting than girls. Yeah, I like to run, Li Zheng chimed in, especially competing with Zhang Qinghua. Fine, fine. Qiao Sheng was at a loss for words, then turned to the other classmate who finished the run under 3 minutes and 20 seconds, what about you, Yang Rui? Are you still going to run? Hey! Yang Rui, who was still secretly delighted about basketball, was instantly confused, it's none of my business, Teacher Qiao. Qiao Sheng smiled crookedly and made a mark on the roster, forget it, it's no fun for you to play basketball alone. You run too. Ah! I worked so hard to get an excellent score. Amidst laughter, Qiao Sheng waved his arm. Have you all rested enough? They 3 can go play basketball, the rest of you come over and practice the long jump. The boys from both classes immediately lost their ability to laugh. Lu Xin led the shouts, that's not right, Teacher Qiao, how can we jump with our legs like this? What, you can play basketball but can't long jump? Qiao Sheng scolded, you don't know shit. Practicing now is the most effective. Have you fuckers ever studied sports science? Amidst a chorus of lament, the boys were forced to get up, about to go to the long jump area. At that moment, someone suddenly tugged Lu Xin and then pointed towards the entrance of the playground. Lu Xin looked in that direction and saw Lu Xiaodong, who had just left the teaching building, apparently picking his teeth, probably ate too many fruits. But that wasn't important. He immediately turned back and exchanged glances with a few boys. It was an unspoken understanding between men. After confirming through eye contact, Lu Xin immediately raised his hand and said, Teacher Qiao, I suddenly feel like taking a shit. Shit your mom's shit. Qiao Sheng turned around and cursed, and suddenly, who the hell are you trying to fool? Another boy raised his hand, Teacher Qiao, I also feel like it. Then Yang Rui followed, me too, Teacher Qiao. 4 or 5 boys consequently raised their hands, obviously on purpose. Qiao Sheng's anger was immediately flared up. He yelled with an unprecedented loud voice. Hey! You fuckers trying to rebel or something? No sooner had he finished yelling than the boys all lowered their heads and fell silent, as if trying hard not to laugh, their bodies trembling. He, Xiao Sheng, had never been humiliated like this before, and his anger surged to his head. Laugh your mom's laugh, laugh again and all of you fuckers will go run laps. No sooner had he spoken. Cough. An equally fierce cough came through. Xiao Sheng shivered and turned around. At the entrance of the playground, a man with a stern face waved from afar, "Little Xiao, come here a minute." Holy fuck! Xiao Sheng immediately deflated, rubbed the back of his head, and scurried over, hastily bowing and bustling. Ha ha ha! Lu Xian finally burst into laughter, then shouted, "Brothers, grab the basketball." Who brought one? We're not going to steal from the girls, are we? Thrilling! Let's go! Afterward, Lu Xiaodong lectured Xiao Sheng for a full 20 minutes. The keywords were nothing but model schools, campus civility, catchphrases, and professional titles, repeated over and over in circles. By the time Xiao Sheng came back, rubbing his head, everyone had disappeared. Glancing at his watch, he saw that class was about to end in a few minutes. Looking at the students running around playing basketball, Xiao Sheng also rubbed his neck and ended up laughing as well. Each generation is crazier than the last. Although playing basketball was a great way to relax, Li Zheng hadn't gone. Instead, he had taken advantage of class time to monopolize the men's restroom on the second floor of the teaching building early on. Bathing and changing clothes. This was because the long-anticipated sacred moment was almost upon him. After the next break, he would be at the starting point of the physics competition. At Teacher Tao's office, the first competition training session would unfold. Li Zheng had waited for this moment for far too long. So much so that his entire being was pervaded by the scent of chemistry. For the upcoming moment, he had to ensure the cleanliness of both body and spirit. Of course, bathing and changing were a bit exaggerated. It was essentially sneaking into the classroom and wiping his exposed skin with Xiao's wet wipes. As Li Zheng was halfway through his cleaning, Zhang Qinghua also arrived. After all, he had his reasons for monopolizing the restroom. The two exchanged smiles and each started wiping what they needed to clean in their respective spaces. By the way, Qinghua, Li Zheng said to the mirror, carefully wiping his hairline, afraid of damaging the follicles, Lin Yujing's level in physics must be terrifying by now, right? I'm not really sure, Zhang Qinghua said with his head down. Anyway, every time she talks with Teacher Tao, I can't understand a single word. Li Zheng muttered, in that case, let's just discuss the problems together and ignore her, so we don't get hurt. Ah! Zhang Qinghua exclaimed in surprise, in my mind, it was supposed to be you two discussing the problems and ignoring me. That's impossible. Li Zheng said gloomily, leaning on the wash basin, and sighed, discussing with her would only lead to my intelligence being mocked. I can already imagine her rolling her eyes and saying you can't even do this. That doesn't sound too scary, does it? No. I'm still too weak now, I can't reveal my strength and give her the chance to bully me. Li Zheng finally washed his hands and turned to walk out. Let's just get stronger together and strive to catch up to her level as soon as possible. I, actually, don't have that goal. Zhang Qinghua had just finished speaking when he sighed to himself, forget it, I enjoyed running today anyway. I'll be your physics running mate for a while. Thank you, you're a good person. Don't just say things like that. Returning to the classroom, there was still no bell for the end of class. It was still too early to go to Teacher Tao's office. So Li Zheng sneaked out his phone. As the group owner of the Dragon Pearl Group, he never really managed it. The diligent administrators were always busy with this and that. Li Zheng didn't even qualify as reigning behind the curtain. But screen peeking, he did frequently. He had already confirmed that the Dragon Pearl Group had its seasonal trends. During the chem competitions, not only would everyone discuss chemistry, but they would also change their profile pictures and nicknames to something related to chemistry. And after the chem competitions ended, the winds of physics were gradually blowing in. Unlike chemistry, there were even more physics enthusiasts, and their interests were deeper. The debate had already reached a fever pitch. Chi sex yu buchan, the physical picture is the origin of all things. Sword sex feng buping, the chi sex dogs are pretentiously mysterious. Mathematical techniques are the core. Every physical process is made up of differentiation and integration. Ming sex Persian headquarter, the Mount Hua sect are all trash. Follow me to sweep through Russian sacred fire problems, and the national gold will naturally come our way. You knew watching, what was my specialty again? Dolly Cobalt's Duan Yu, Cobalt God all hail. Xiao Ao Sex Wu Ya Easy, Zhou how dare you share the surname Duan? Zhou was muted by the admin for 10 minutes. Li Zheng watched this series of conflicts unfolding and, without a doubt, his eyes widened in amazement. Also, does nobody have classes to attend? After some searching, Li Zheng finally found a group document titled Choose Your Own Physics Sect. This document was also crafted by a master and was very suitable for beginners to get started. With the physics competition imminent, the Jianghu conflicts arise once again. The swords and blades are blind. To avoid accidental harm, please align with your stance and join the major sects timely. 1. Mount Hua Qi Sect. Using Qi to control the sword, solving problems with physical images as the foundation. Somewhat esoteric in meaning, one must achieve a certain level of inner strength, physical analysis ability, to comprehend the way. Now sparsely populated and suppressed by the sword sect. 2. Mount Hua Sword Sect. Of all the weapons in the world, the sword is the most honored, just as in physics competitions, mathematical computation is the most honored. The sword sect is one that emphasizes sword techniques, mathematical computation, over inner strength, physical images. The sword sect's cultivation is very straightforward and brutal. Even physics newcomers can immediately start learning the fail-safe beginner Mount Hua sword techniques, calculus. However, although progression in the sword sect is rapid early on, it will soon hit a bottleneck. Very few truly master it. 3. Shaolin Temple. Those who enter Shaolin first cultivate their mind and then their martial arts. Temple entrance requirements: no obsession, no partiality to a specific subject, the skilled do not show off, and strive for steady progress. Method of cultivation: delve into the sutra depository and according to the syllabus, study each physics textbook one by one and solve sets of problems without seeking quantity or speed, only the most correct path. However, this takes too much time. Therefore, only those who start from the child practice, middle school, stage and persist can make a name for themselves in the Jianghu. 4. Ming Sect. To join Ming Sect, there are no prerequisites nor reasons needed, only to follow these 3 things. Solve problems, and solve more problems. Among them, a branch that specializes in solving Russian problems is known as Persian Headquarter. Their strength is hard to estimate and not necessarily high, but they are sure to be tricky when solving problems. Ming Sect is also recognized as a heretical path, with many falling into despair during their problem-solving journey and then retiring from the Jianghu. But those who break through are bound to be strong. 5. Xiao Ao Sect and Lingju Palace. The titles of various sects are limited. Esteemed masters, please claim them quickly. Based on the discussions and votes of the group's masters, the following titles have been officially sanctioned by the officials. Qing Wushu. No one has seen Qing or knows what martial arts she uses. Across the Jianghu, there are only legends of her single-handedly toppling an army with just her sword. All hail! Feng Qingyang Gu Jianfeng. Gu Jianfeng, known as the Wind God, was selected for the national math competition team in his 3rd year of middle school. He moves unpredictably, competing only by chance. Legends say his swordsmanship, mathematics, has reached the realm where no moves beat moves. He can look at any physics problem and turn it into a math problem, then give a nonchalant stroke for the answer. Just like Feng Qingyang, the Wind God has unparalleled swordsmanship but shows little interest in the conflicts of the Jianghu, living a reclusive life. By the way, Wind God got the guaranteed admission to Ji University in middle school. Also worth mentioning, Wind God is 15 this year, the top student in Ren Defu early training class. Xiao Ao Sex Wu Ya Easy O Yu Xing Zhou. Can't be bothered with this guy, let's just leave it at that. Li Zheng watched these tales of academic competitions. He was drooling. Damn, this is so my thing. Sword sect, Qi sect, all that crap. It's either Shaolin or Ming sect. Li Zheng scrolled all the way to the end of the document, and there weren't many characters left to claim. The following titles are still available, experts please help yourselves. Yu Tan, Song Qingshu, Yin Zhiping, Su Zhu. Damn it, why are they all like this? Seeing this list, Li Zheng had no choice but to take on Su Zhu and change his ID. Shaolin Temple Su Zhu, Li Zheng Seniors, the little monk has arrived. This phrase, without a doubt. is very embarrassing. But Li Zheng is a serious person. If he is going to play Su Zhu, he has to start earnestly from the bottom of Shaolin Temple and work his way up to enlightenment. Mount Hung Sex Zoleng Chan, beauty god is being modest. Imei Sex Guo Xiang, Li Zheng, you're being way too low-key, how about we discuss this and just give him Bodhidharma, okay? Shaolin Temple Su Zhu, Guo donor flatters me too much, the little monk doesn't know any martial arts yet. No more messing around, off to the sutra depository I go. Xiao Ao Sex Wu Ya Easy, Zhou at Shaolin Temple's sweeping monk, you can make your entrance now. Shaolin Temple's sweeping monk. Su Zhu, little monk, don't run, the old monk has several tens of pounds of secret manuals here, and I see that you have an exceptional physique, how about selling them to you cheap for 200 yuan? At the same time as sweeping monk spoke, he posted pictures of 2 huge stacks of physics textbooks. They really did look about 50 pounds. This sweeping monk must be a top competitor from the previous year, and these textbooks would be of no use to him now. Li Zheng examined them more closely, and they were indeed all textbooks needed for physics competitions. Though he already had a few of them, purchasing the rest would cost several thousand yuan at least. Shaolin Temple Su Zhu, sweeping master, are these secret manuals shipped for free? Shaolin Temple's sweeping monk, they're too heavy, can't afford to ship them, you have to come to my loft to get them. Shaolin Temple Su Zhu, that's fine, please trouble the master for an address, I'll have my abbot father, Master Xian Ci, drive there to pick them up. The sweeping monk quickly sent an address. At the same time, he couldn't help but tease. Shaolin Temple's sweeping monk, Su Zhu, little monk, are we getting a little too into our roles? You knew watching, haha, just like that, it's quite fun. Shaolin Temple Su Zhu, then the little monk will go recite scriptures, and I hope everyone will immerse themselves in this communicative environment to build a great era of physics together. Xiao Ao Sex Wu Ya Easy, then make me a manager. Shaolin Temple Su Zhu, farewell, donor. The group chat calmed down, and the bell for end of class also rang. Unwittingly, Li Zheng found himself bearing the additional responsibility of promoting a proper academic atmosphere. We mustn't let sword sect and chi sect's unorthodox methods become mainstream. As for Feng Qingyang, he's also worth paying attention to. 15 years old, won national competitions in middle school, entered the national training team. Speaking of which, just how many monsters are there at Rendezvous? It's just a pity that this person rarely chats in the group, probably a dull person, not nearly as delightful as Shi Yang. Chapter 192. Lin Yujing led the way, with Li Zheng and the Brotherhood Alliance of Zhang Qinghua following behind. The principle of the alliance was simple: solve physics problems internally, avoid Lin Yujing's disdain, and give her no chance to show off. Teacher Tao had also prepared early. Upon seeing the 3 of them arrive, she directly threw a key and a stack of stapled materials to Lin Yujing. Here are a few experimental questions, you go to the lab and prepare first, I'll join you after explaining things to them, she said. However, Lin Yujing did not reach out to accept them, but said with her hands behind her back, today, I want to do the real questions. Oh. Teacher Tao just spread her hands, anything is fine, as long as you're happy. There was no way around it, that was all she could do with Lin Yujing. It wasn't just her, even among all the people she knew, only a few could guide Lin Yujing. As for her own part, she was more like groping her way forward, and more often than not, she wasn't teaching Lin Yujing but serving as a problem collection tool. Teacher Tao then sat down, shook the mouse, turned on the computer, and asked somewhat teasingly, preliminaries, retests, finals, EPO, Russia. What flavor do you want to try this time? Any is fine. Lin Yujing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, set down her stationery on the side table, and glanced towards Li Zheng and Zhang Qinghua. What about them? They need to be discussed separately. Teacher Tao turned her chair around, glanced at Li Zheng and Zhang Qinghua shrinking in the corner, and swallowed. Why are you two hiding so far away? Cold. Zhang Qinghua dared not look directly at Teacher Tao. Yes, it's warmer near the heater, Li Zheng agreed, nodding. Teacher Tao was, after all, a physics teacher, and wouldn't have chosen this job without some intelligence. Clearly, Li Zheng and Zhang Qinghua were fully aware of the terrifying gap between them and Lin Yujing, and were even cautious about getting physically close in physics. Teacher Tao simply raised her spectacles with a slight smile and did not say more. Let's discuss one by one them, she suggested. King Hua's current goal is to break through the preliminaries. I suggest sticking to the preliminary papers. How about you, Li Zheng, you also try them? Sure. Li Zheng raised his hand and said, but I've done all of them from the past 10 years. If you really want me to do it, let's do the ones from before 2008. Teacher Tao, Lin Yujing, and Zhang Qinghua all started to panic. And you said you weren't prepared. Lin Yujing was the first to curse. They had agreed on 2 months, and he had lied. It's not what you think. Li Zheng hurriedly raised his hand, his expression inadvertently turning sorrowful. During that time, doing physics problems was purely a way of venting. In the last week of training camp, I indeed glanced at some competition textbooks to gather the courage for the next day. These words were naturally completely beyond the comprehension of Teacher Tao and Zhang Qinghua. But Lin Yujing could discern the underlying meaning. Just imagine, if she were locked in a place to do 24 days of chemistry problems. She would probably have gone mad. As for Teacher Tao, her face full of suspicion, obviously still finding it hard to believe, the preliminary questions are not limited to the national papers, sometimes provinces issue their own, and there must be hundreds of sets over the past 10 years. You've done all of them. I've done almost all that could be found online, Li Zheng replied truthfully. Well, that's just like you, Teacher Tao sighed, and then asked, so, what scores do you typically get on the preliminary papers now? Upon hearing this question, Li Zheng first assessed his scoring. Physics, 207. This was the result after going through those prelim papers and after receiving a physics boost from Zhang Xiaoke. As for how much he could actually score, he couldn't say for sure. I don't know, probably above 130, I guess, Li Zheng gave a cautious estimate. In that case, you might as well do the retest papers, the problems before 2008 are too outdated, Teacher Tao suggested while searching for problems on the computer. Qinghua, you should still. Then I will also try the retest papers, a little challenge occasionally, Zhang Qinghua spoke, winking at Li Zheng, true brothers in step with each other. That's fine. Teacher Tao did not object, but just pursed her lips and shook her head. It was about time to give Zhang Qinghua a reality check. After all, the level of Zhang Qinghua and Lin Yujing was not in the same dimension. Suppose Zhang Qinghua's physics level is 50. Then Lin Yujing's level, whether it's 500 or 500,000, would be incomprehensible to Zhang Qinghua either way. Zhang Qinghua simply could not recognize his own strength. Now, Li Zheng, who had been immersed in chem competitions for a few months, had returned. Using him as a reference, Zhang Qinghua could realize his actual level. Teacher Tao's intention was not to look down on Zhang Qinghua, but for ordinary students, investing energy in competitions was indeed unwise. It's better to retreat from competition early and settle down. Teacher Tao then began searching for a suitable test paper, and casually asked, Yujing, will you also do the retest? Lin Yujing instantly lost her faculty of speech, entering a state of readiness, and took out her beloved light blue pen, unscrewing it to check the ink level. Seeing this, Li Zheng could only curse inwardly. Lin Yujing's actions now were akin to arming a battleship to the teeth just to battle a little boat from the fisherman gang. Is it really necessary to be this serious? It's just that you didn't score as well as me in the chem competitions prelim. Really, such a narrow heart, master yet. Li Zheng's attitude towards Lin Yujing had just started to improve due to a collaborative performance. Now, he was entering battle readiness once again. Without a doubt. Up next, was war. Every time he did the same set of problems as Lin Yujing, it was a war. When it came to official competitions, Li Zheng would not initiate thinking acceleration. Because that was a competition for honor. But facing the war with Lin Yujing, no matter how many times, he would stop at nothing. In the face of war, no one is kind or merciful. Soon, 3 steaming sets of papers rolled out of the printer. Tao Fei was packing them while starting to explain. Li Zheng just arrived, let me go over the competition process again. Physics competitions are somewhat different from chem competitions. First, there are a lot more participants, and the intensity of the competition is also much higher than in chem competitions. The preliminary round starts in April next year, anyone can register, and in Jiajing we usually create our own preliminary problems, slightly harder than the college entrance exam, but not too much harder. Li Zheng, you've done many sets already, I believe you understand. After the preliminary round, the Jiaxing Physics Association will select 8% of the entrants to move on to the next round. The next round's theory part will be a national unified exam. After last year's reform, the theory exam is out of a total of 320 points. It's important to note that the difficulty of the next round's exam questions is far greater than the preliminary round. It can be said that the preliminary round is just to select those who seriously study physics, while the next round selects those who have a talent for physics. Among them, those who rank in the top 70 or so in theory scores can enter the experimental stage, competing for first in the province and final round qualifications. Generally speaking, the top 50 or so will get a first in the province, and the top 20 or so can make it into the provincial team. Then, the national finals and the national team training camp are pretty much the same as in chem competitions. Those ranked in the top 5 in the training camp's assessment will represent our country in EPO. The 6th to 13th will represent our country in APHO, also known as the Asian Physics Olympiad. Members of these two national teams are not limited by region, they can all be from the same school or class. Li Zheng, do you have any questions? Li Zheng was already feeling inspired. No wonder she's a physics teacher, she explains it much clearer than Yu Hongsun Liang. At the same time, he felt a bit flustered. Almost feeling as if the greatest distance is not between first in the country and third in the province. But me going to EPO, and you going to AFO. Of course, he did have some questions. Li Zheng immediately asked, so, members of the Jiaxing provincial team are directly determined by the next round's scores, without further selection through training camp? Tao Fifei nodded, right, we've already examined the experimental part in the next round, so we won't examine it again, but there will still be some elevation during the training camp. Generally everyone participates, once in a while someone too strong doesn't, and there's nothing we can do. Lin Yujing, hearing this, started to sway her leg cockily, that's why physics is better. No wonder, Yujing, Zhang Qinghua said leaning against the heater, my target is more realistic, I'd be happy with a third in the province. Tao Fifei, hearing this, raised her glasses, and her tone became serious. Third in the province isn't easy either. This is, after all, physics. Take the set we just printed for example. First off, the difficulty of the next round's questions is already extremely high, and they vary greatly. If converted to a percentage scale, when low, the top score in the city might not even reach 60 points, when high, occasionally there may be 80 points, reaching 90 points is already very rare. As for this set you are about to do, it's from 2015, the 32nd next round's real questions. The difficulty of this set is on the lower side, ranking second last in recent years. Back then it hadn't been reformed yet, the full score for this theory set was 160. For convenience, I've converted them to a percentage scale for you. Back then, the city's top score was about 68.12%, excluding experiments, about 46.87% for a first in the province. I don't know the national top score, but it probably didn't exceed 75%. Tao Fifei almost without stammering, converted the scores from a 160-point scale to a 100-point scale. Although it was not any complex calculation, her mental arithmetic capability was quite evident. In no time, she had divided the papers into 3 sets, supplemented with 2 answer sheets and 2 draft papers. Any more questions? Tao Fifei finally asked. Yes. Zhang Qinghua suddenly raised her hand. How much approximately is the cutoff for third in the province? That, no one really cares about that. Tao Fifei scratched her head, 10 or 20 points. Something like that. Got it, Zhang Qinghua said as she pulled out her calculator, I'll aim for 20 points then. Li Zheng looked at Zhang Qinghua, who seemed very determined, and for some reason, he was faintly reminded of Teacher Menzi from the past. If the conversation started off like this, the score would likely be in the single digits. Tao Fifei didn't want to discourage Zhang Qinghua either, so she stood up to distribute the test papers and handed one to Lin Yujing first. Yujing, I expect 65 points from you, which should guarantee you a spot in the provincial team, especially since there are 4 more months to review. Lin Yujing took the test paper, fully concentrated, as her language skills further eluded her. Next, Tao Fifei handed the second paper to Li Zheng. Li Zheng, this paper is already at the talent selection stage. Considering you haven't started systematic competition training, I'm setting your target at 35 points. As long as you score above this, I have the confidence to lead you to the provincial team. I'll give it my all. Li Zheng had already been listening furiously. Damn, teacher Tao sure speaks in a more domineering than old Sunday. 35 points, right? I've been mingling around for so long, and now I have to fight for this humiliating score? Well, let's see how tough this question is. Finally, Tao Fei gave the third paper to Zhang Qinghua. 20 points is too hard, let's aim for 14 points. With 14 points, we can aim for the top 3 in the province. Okay. Zhang Qinghua excitedly picked up his pen. If you score below 14 points. Tao Fei quietly adjusted her glasses. I hope you will focus more on preparing for the college entrance exam and stop thinking about competitions. Ah. Zhang Qinghua sighed lightly. Only then did he realize. The real purpose of this test was to persuade him to quit. Zhang Qinghua couldn't help but feel his eyes well up with tears. Teacher Tao, was my 2 months of studying really so inadequate? I've even exhausted the tricky problems from Russia. Damn it, no. 14 points. Just 14 points, there must be a way to achieve it. Thus, the three of them started the intense answering, all for crushing Li Zheng, securing an absolute position, for victory in the war against Lin Yujing, and for proving themselves. For a moment, the only sound in the office was the rustling of paper. Tao Fei was unconcerned, so she went to fetch water and make tea. In the office, Li Zheng did not hesitate to accelerate his thinking. 112 times faster. Unleash. First question. Inside the Sun, there are two main nuclear fusion processes, the carbon cycle and the proton-proton cycle. Just reading this, Li Zheng felt something was off. Shouldn't the problems be about pushing carts, floating balls, or tensioning springs? Why start with nuclear fusion? The carbon cycle, proposed by Betty in 1938, is depicted below. In the diagram, P plus E and N represent a proton, a positron, and an electron neutrino respectively. Li Zheng started to panic as he examined the diagram. It was a circular chart consisting of carbon 12, nitrogen 13, unknown substance Y, nitrogen 14, unknown substance X, and nitrogen 15, connected end to end, illustrating the carbon cycle within the Sunday. Each step was accompanied by the entry and exit of protons, electrons, and neutrinos. It was clearly a physical process. Yet, Li Zheng could taste the chemistry involved. Alarmed, he shook his head. Damn, too poisoned by chemistry. GTMD Zhou Chenghuan. After dispelling Zhou Chenghuan's grinning face, he continued to dissect the problem. The more he analyzed, the more alarmed he became. The problem statement had already morphed into something like this. Given that the masses of Nd, P, and He nucleus are respectively 0.511 MeV/C2, 1.0078 U, and 4.0026 U, 1 U930 1.494 MeV/C2. 1. Identify the nuclides X and Y represent. 2. Write out all the nuclear reaction equations in a carbon cycle. 3. Calculate the energy released in completing one carbon cycle. Having finished analyzing the question, Li Zheng couldn't help but be a bit stunned. Is this really a question meant for high school students? The gap between the preliminary and the final competition questions was just too terrifying. Hold steady, hold steady. Although he had never seen this type of question before. Since he was here, relying on his current knowledge of physics, there should be a solution. Look carefully at the diagram. Although it was terrifying, the process simply involved the intake and release of protons, electrons, and neutrinos. After all, each type of matter is composed of these particles. Thinking of this, the countless chemistry concepts Li Zheng had struggled with also came to mind, especially the physical chemistry section. As long as he followed the steps and calculated the situation of protons, electrons, and neutrinos for X and Y, he could deduce the elements. Following the diagram, Li Zheng first noticed Y, which after gaining a proton, turned into nitrogen 14. Nitrogen 14 consists of 7 protons and 7 neutrons, which means Y had 1 less proton than nitrogen 14. That is to say, Y had 6 protons. At this point, it had turned into middle school chemistry. The number of protons determines the type of element, the only possibility for 6 protons is carbon. Besides, apart from 6 protons, Y also had 7 neutrons. Therefore, Y equals carbon 13. Up to this point, Li Zheng hadn't even blinked. Ha! It just looked more terrifying than it actually was. Stay calm and do it, it's within reach. Following this method, he easily determined that X was oxygen 15. The first question was solved immediately after understanding the entire carbon cycle. The second question, which asked for the nuclear reaction equation, gradually became a giveaway. Thus, the only difficulty left was the third question, calculating the energy released in the entire process. Looking at this problem, filled with protons and neutrinos going in and out, asking you to calculate the released energy. Do you even have to think about it? Einstein's wild hair couldn't even suppress it. E equals mc superscript 2 to the rescue. Released energy equals mass x speed of light squared. He just needed to calculate the total mass of material lost, m. Looking over the whole diagram, a total of 4 protons, 1 helium-4, and 2 positrons were lost. Then scanning over those terrifying numbers like 0.511 MeV/c superscript 2, 1.0078 U and 4.0026 U. Didn't they just give you the masses there? To facilitate calculations, they even placed the square of the speed of light in the denominator for U. As for MeV, it's a unit of energy, representing mega electron volts, eV, purely a unit, no need to worry about it. Therefore, he just needed to list the equation on the answer sheet, then turn on the calculator, and after some clicks, he could get the final answer. 25.619 MeV. Wow! The nuclear reaction inside the Sun had been unraveled. This is the life cycle of a carbon fusion cycle. Thinking distantly of the inside of the Sun, an ordinary carbon atom had repeated this process for 4.6 billion years. Li Zheng couldn't help but feel exhilarated. At the same time, he quietly closed his eyes. Listening to the wind. He was back. The wonders of learning. The thrill of physics. It all came back. This is my destined physics. Don't be afraid of even the most terrifying problems. Face it bravely. Even if it's Lin Yujing, show them how it's done. Chapter 193. He had no idea that Zhang Qinghua had already been frantically grabbing his hair for a long time. The Sun? Nuclear fusion? Nuclear reaction equations? Zhang Qinghua, confused. The more confused he became, the more he was bewildered by the frightening facade of the problems. The more confused he became, the harder it was to discern the simple and pure approach to solving them. After an unknown period of disarray, Zhang Qinghua glanced at the second question. This was a classic physics problem involving a ball hitting a rod, calculating kinetic energy and velocity. This is good, there's a routine. Just apply the formulas for conservation of kinetic energy and momentum, and you're set. However, he was wrong. He didn't realize that in physics competitions, the scarier a problem seems, the simpler it actually is. It's the what seems to be simple matters of balls and rods, the imbecilic stuff, that are actually harder. For instance, topics like artificial satellite orbits and solar nuclear reactions may have grandiose appearances, but they merely test your ability to apply that knowledge, requiring you to simply chain the physical context with straightforward concepts to easily produce an answer. On the other hand, these cursed matters of balls and rods examine your precision to a terrifying degree. Where does the ball hit the rod? What kind of torque will the rod experience? Once it twists to the limit, how will it swing back? What state will it ultimately settle into? Oh yes, and each end of the rod is tied with a small ball. In such complex conditions, unleashing calculus to analyze step by step, it essentially becomes a foregone conclusion. In this process, Zhang Qinghua undoubtedly sank deeper and deeper. He began to deeply doubt himself. Why, after studying for so long, didn't he understand these trivial questions about little balls and rods? In the midst of suffering, Zhang Qinghua's stomach uncooperatively started rumbling, barely hanging on. Actually, this problem had also stumped Li Zheng for a long time, much longer than the issue of solar nuclear fusion. Simply because the calculation steps were way too complex, much harder than a math exam. As for Lin Yujing, she had used a peculiar method involving angular velocity and angular momentum to solve the problem, completely bypassing process analysis and derivative calculations, and had already moved on to the third question. These three experiences fully reflected the styles of the three individuals. Li Zheng, A B C C, C. Lin Yujing, A, weird approach, Z. Zhang Qinghua, A, B, A, C. The battle inside the office raged on fiercely, but outside the office, it was quite leisurely. Tao Fei, on her way back after getting water, happened to bump into Yu Hong, who had just returned from an interview. Although they didn't interact much on regular days, when it came to competitions, and how to train Li Zheng and Lin Yujing, Yu Hong unusually became enthusiastic and wouldn't let Tao Fei go. Xiao Tao, you mustn't underestimate Li Zheng. This guy's rate of improvement is incredibly frightening. And it's comprehensive, with no blind spots in knowledge. The one who beat Li Zheng by a few points in the end, Shi Yang, has practically lived in the chemistry lab since childhood, a chemistry prodigy you might only come across every few years. And yet, wasn't Li Zheng's theory score higher than his? If it weren't for the limited opportunities in experiments, the outcome might still be uncertain. Just listen to me, set the highest goal for Li Zheng, and let him charge straight forward. Tao Fei nodded continuously as she listened, but she was somewhat skeptical. In her eyes, the gap between chemistry and physics competitions was about the same as that between the Asian Games and the Olympics. The crux of the difference was that chemistry involves a large number of hard facts, while physics is more about talent. This leads to the real monsters not having the interest or energy to delve into chemistry competitions. Only physics competitions could provide the stage for them to showcase their talent. The core reason for Li Zheng's terrifying achievements in chem competitions was indeed his horrifying study intensity. As for intellectual talent, he certainly wasn't lacking. However, what he was about to face were a whole group of freaks on Lin Yujing's level. Of course, Tao Fei couldn't directly confront Yu Hong, at most she would express her point with some sarcasm. Then, Teacher Yu, might I ask a question? Tao Fei fiddled with her water bottle and asked unhurriedly, you see, in the preliminary round of the chem competitions, Li Zheng ranked 2nd and Lin Yujing 7th, roughly a 5-point difference, right? Yes, I didn't expect Li Zheng to score higher either, Yu Hong nodded repeatedly. You should know, Shi Yang scored 5 points higher than Li Zheng at that time, yet within just a month, Li Zheng's national final score achieved a complete turnaround. Right, but what I wanted to ask is... Tao Fei pursed her lips and said, taking the chem competition's preliminaries as the time point, if we say Li Zheng's dedication to studying for the chem competitions is 100, what would Lin Yujing's be approximately? Yu Hong's expression tensed, and after a long thought, he finally lifted his hand, gesturing a 2. 20. Tao Fei asked. 2. The two of them fell into a prolonged silence. Actually, giving her a 2, I've already been quite conservative. Yu Hong shook his head and sighed, there's no helping it, in my whole life I've never seen anyone like Lin Yujing. Now that you mention it, I'm actually getting even more curious about Lin Yujing, Tao Fei gasped, you have to know, when it comes to physics competitions, Lin Yujing's commitment is at 100. Oh my god! Yu Hong was so shocked that his mouth fell open, then can you still teach her? Ah! Tao Fei slapped her thigh in agony, it's too hard. She occasionally has questions that I simply can't even understand what she's asking. I'm starting to doubt if my graduate studies are even real. It's a good thing she hasn't asked me any chemistry questions, Yu Hong said, relieved as if he had survived a disaster, gesturing towards the office with his mouth. What are they doing now? Working on the mock competition problems, the kind that are like the preliminary round in your chem competitions, Tao Fei whispered, the two of them are really going at it. That's normal. We occasionally get competitive in chemistry too, Yu Hong couldn't help but look forward with anticipation. Are they doing the actual past exam? Do you know the cut-off scores? The actual exams, I know them all, Tao Fei shook her head, but I can probably guess the outcomes. Ha! Yu Hong's eyes narrowed and he patted Tao Fei lightly, you are still too young. Let's talk about the results when they come out, shall we? There's no time, Teacher Yu. This set of problems will take until after 7 o'clock in the evening. No problem, I'll wait for you. Yu Hong then pulled out his phone, swallowing, I haven't had barbecue in a long time. Tao Fei realized that Yu Hong was going to eat something horrendous at school again. At that moment, Yu Hong, already fiddling with his phone, called out as he walked away, then I'm ordering for 6 people, we do have a couple of strong lads here after all. You're too kind. Tao Fei entered the office and saw that all 3 were diligently solving problems. She had originally not intended to spy. But she couldn't resist. As a physics teacher, she was very confident in her judgment. This confidence was not innate but honed through numerous cycles of predictions and their verification. Li Zheng 35, Zhang Qinghua 14, Lin Yujing 75. These were her predictions of the best they could perform. 20 minutes had already passed since the start, and one could start to discern some signs. Tao Fei quietly tiptoed behind Lin Yujing. Unusually, Lin Yujing didn't notice her peeking and was still bent over, carefully checking her calculations. Tao Fei glanced over the answer sheet and nodded firmly at the elegantly solved first 3 questions. As expected of Lin Yujing, perhaps she would only start to feel the difficulty by the 5th question. Next, Tao Fei tiptoed behind Zhang Qinghua. Looking at his blank answer sheet and his messy, sparse draft paper, Tao Fei smiled and remained silent. Tackling such advanced problems was indeed too much of a stretch for him. Last was Li Zheng. With just one glance, Tao Fei began to panic. The draft paper was almost filled up. And the answer sheet also had quite a few solutions written out. But it was only for the first 2 questions that complete answers were given. For the rest, there were only bits and pieces of the process, still far from reaching the solutions. What kind of strategy was this, aiming for dirty partial points? The so-called dirty partial points refer to when you clearly don't know how to solve the problem but can write a lot of seemingly relevant stuff. If any point happens to be correct, you could scrape together a point or 2. Tao Fei couldn't help but adjust her glasses, paying closer attention. She found that Li Zheng wasn't just blindly writing down knowledge points, about 80% of the procedures he provided on the answer sheet were correct. It was just that he had the ideas but didn't know how to carry on with the calculations. Even so, Tao Fei was quite satisfied. Li Zheng was much more intuitive than she had imagined. With broad thinking, he was just lacking in techniques. With some training, the chances of qualifying for the provincial level were still quite substantial. With such a comfortable feeling, Tao Fei went back to sit in front of the computer, planning what homework to set for the day. The composed Tao Fei didn't realize that Li Zheng had already reached a dead end. At first glance, it seemed like Li Zheng was scanning through the questions very quickly, managing to work out so much in 20 minutes. Actually, Li Zheng had already activated a full minute of acceleration, equivalent to furiously working on problems for 2 hours. The scrappy steps on the answer sheet were almost all he could manage. Li Zheng had already estimated his score, that paper at most, would earn him just over 30 points. Confronted with this outcome, Li Zheng could only hang his head and sigh deeply. As expected of teacher Tao, that estimate was really accurate. He could have continued to use acceleration. But it was pointless. He just couldn't solve them. The reason was nothing else but mathematics. In fact, for 70% of the problems on the paper, Li Zheng had a strategy for solving them. But when it came down to the actual solving, he was quickly choked by the mathematical calculations. Some say that, in terms of thinking load, math competitions require 6 times the mental effort of physics. And in terms of calculation load, physics requires 6 times that of math. Now, it seems quite possible that the person who said this was right. At this moment, Li Zheng finally understood the dispute between the sword sect and the qi sect. If the process of physical thought is inner strength, then mathematical ability is akin to swordsmanship. I, the novice monk Su Zhu, am just starting out and know nothing about swordsmanship. And yet, I've encountered a formidable master like Heavenly Mountain Child Granny Lin Yujing. Even if I sped up by another 50 hours, I still couldn't match her. This time, it seems I'm really going to be trampled and frantically rubbed into the ground by her. Just as Li Zheng was sinking into despair, Zhang Qinghua suddenly raised his hand with a look of discomfort. Teacher Tao, I need to go to the restroom. Actually, since he saw those questions, he had felt a bit unwell and had been holding it in for a while. Tao Fei didn't even look up as she said, "Go ahead." Then, "I'll leave my phone here," Zhang Qinghua said as he stood up and slapped his phone on the table. "No need," Tao Fei said with a wave of her hand, "I trust you won't look up the answers." "I better leave it here, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist," Zhang Qinghua said with a nod before turning to leave. "Wait a minute." Li Zheng suddenly shot out his hand and grabbed Zhang Qinghua's arm. "Are you going to take a dump?" Zhang Qinghua, taken aback for a moment, then timidly nodded, "Yes." "Perfect, let's go together." Li Zheng stood up, left his phone as well, and said to Tao Fei, "We'll go together and supervise each other, ensuring we won't peek at the answers." "All right, hurry and go." Tao Fei waved them off hurriedly. Lin Yujing, however, looked over at the phones on the desk suspiciously, obviously still somewhat doubtful. Oh! Li Zheng, holding on to Zhang Qinghua, asked Lin Yujing, if you don't trust us, we can hold it. Zhang Qinghua, clutching his stomach, said with a pained expression, bro, don't include me, I really can't hold it in. Lin Yujing, seeing their state, could only bite her lip and turn away, hurry back, cheats are dogs. Okay. Li Zheng then pulled Zhang Qinghua out of the office. As soon as they exited the door, Zhang Qinghua quickened his pace, heading straight for the men's restroom on the third floor. Li Zheng's pace, however, was more wandering. As someone who was deep thinking and experienced, he couldn't help asking, did you bring paper? No. Zhang Qinghua was already running short of breath, can't hold it. Did you bring any? I didn't bring any either, Li Zheng said with a gleam in his eyes, then I'll go back to get some paper, you go ahead. All right. Zhang Qinghua, no longer caring for appearance, dashed towards the restroom, continuously saying, just don't forget me, I didn't bring my phone. Of course not, you keep it, I'll be right back. After Li Zheng replied, he turned and dashed back to the stairwell, sprinting downstairs, running into the library without greeting anyone, and heading straight for the most unpopular textbook shelf. He only had one target, the advanced mathematics. Without doubt, the most universal sword manual was none other than advanced mathematics. In Li Zheng's original plan, he was to spend half an hour digesting advanced mathematics sooner or later. But in war, one is always unprepared. A direct confrontation with Heavenly Mountain Child Granny meant certain death. Fortunately, Zhang Qinghua appeared out of nowhere, creating a pooping opportunity for a 20-minute break. It was like being chased by an unparalleled master, falling off a cliff, and accidentally entering a secret place for cultivation. Not a second could be wasted during these 20 minutes of opportunity. Sword training. All for sword training. Li Zheng quickly found the ignored, big green-covered edition of Advanced Mathematics from the Tongji version, then rushed to the front desk and said urgently to the old man, could you lend me some toilet paper, please? The old man, looking at the green book, was puzzled. Borrowing toilet paper is fine, borrowing a math book is fine, but borrowing both at the same time, that I don't understand. It's an emergency, I'll explain later, Li Zheng said. All right then. The old man handed Li Zheng a roll of toilet paper. I venture to guess, are you going to study advanced mathematics while taking a shit? I have been at this school for so many years, and it's the first time I've seen someone combine the two, I'm impressed. Thanks, teacher. Li Zheng grabbed the toilet paper and dashed out, only remembering to shout back as he re-entered the stairwell, don't tell Lin Yujing. In the men's restroom on the third floor. Zhang Qinghua had just squatted down for a minute when he heard Li Zheng's heavy breathing and the sound of the next stall's door opening. Immediately after, a roll of toilet paper was passed beneath the partition. Thank you so much. Zhang Qinghua took the toilet paper, deeply moved. Upon reflection, why do restroom partitions always leave a gap at the bottom? This gap just happens to be enough for a hand to pass through, and is just a bit taller than a roll of toilet paper. It's marvelously thoughtful. This design is truly full of human touch. As Zhang Qinghua was contemplating, Li Zheng had already squatted and flipped open the math book. Before, Ou Xingzhou and Wu Shu mentioned that for physical competitions, aside from high school mathematical knowledge, you only need to bite into the first volume of advanced mathematics. Now, assuming there are 15 minutes left to shit. At full speed, one could study for 28 hours. I don't know if it's enough, but let's learn first and talk later. The real quantum speed reading begins now. Functions, limits, differentials, integrals one by one, I nod my way through them. Unfortunately, I don't have paper or a proper environment for solving problems, so I have to do the calculations in my head, which greatly increases the difficulty. After squatting for an hour, Li Zheng barely managed to understand the first few pages on functions and found it extremely difficult to move forward. And the learning environment was extremely harsh. I won't even mention the smell, but the key issue is that squatting like this is not conducive to blood circulation. Advanced mathematics. Indeed, it's a tough nut to crack, just 10 minutes isn't nearly enough. Just as Li Zheng was getting a bit discouraged, a prompt suddenly popped up. Detected continuous mathematics study for 1 hour. Entering demonization state enabled, math learning efficiency increased by 50%. Li Zheng's eyes widened, and his confidence surged. It's as if my theoretical study time has broken through to 40 hours. It's great to cultivate demon powers, really great to cultivate demon powers. Next door, Zhang Qinghua could always hear the sound of pages flipping, but he just assumed Li Zheng had grabbed a comic to read while doing his business, since he usually did that. Time passed by the minute and second. Zhang Qinghua was simply daydreaming. But Li Zheng had already entered a super enjoyable learning phase of wonder after wonder. There's nothing else, calculus is truly wonderful. One could even say that calculus is the industrial revolution in mathematics, akin to the steam engine within the industry. In Li Zheng's own understanding, mathematics before calculus is like a straightedge classical and aesthetically pleasing, but only capable of measuring the macro without curvature. The advent of calculus gave this straightedge a curve and deepened its precision into the microscopic world, exponentially extending the reach of human science. As he grasped its intricacies, even squatting in the bathroom, Li Zheng couldn't help but exclaim its wonder repeatedly. 18 minutes later, Li Zheng finally closed the book. He felt like he had completed a whole freshman year's worth of study. Wonderful. He sighed one last time. Cough. Zhang Qinghua coughed from outside. You done yet? Who are you? Li Zheng asked subconsciously. Are you all right? Li Zheng quickly shook his head. Because he'd been immersed in studying for so long, he'd almost forgotten what he was doing before. Looking around, he remembered that he was originally taking a dump. Alongside Zhang Qinghua. Why did I come here again? Right, it was to finish that test. And to exact vengeance on Lin Yujing. With that in mind, Li Zheng pretended to wipe a few times, stood up, and flushed. This time, I was so absorbed in studying that my legs went numb. As he stuffed the advanced mathematics book into his clothes, he opened the door and left the bathroom to see Zhang Qinghua. He felt almost as if it had been days since they'd seen each other. Just one trip to the bathroom felt like an eternity had passed. Both during a single bathroom visit. One person daydreamed. The other stepped into the sanctuary of mathematics. Since they were still in the middle of a test, they didn't say anything more and returned to the research group to continue working on problems. When Li Zheng looked at those computation processes that had stumped him, he couldn't help but laugh. Math problems, they're all just math problems. Dozens of hours of advanced mathematics study did bring about a qualitative change in Li Zheng. But actually solving problems wasn't as smooth as expected. For one, his study of advanced mathematics mainly involved mastering the basic tools, without much practical reinforcement. Secondly, the math in the physics competition is extremely demanding, with many problems looking more like math puzzles based on the solution process, and it's hard to discern them as physics questions at all. Especially with the optics problems, they look just like geometry problems. The good news is that although these problems are complex, they mainly require computational effort, and the thought processes don't need much innovation. If the computation isn't smooth, don't be afraid. I'll just work on it for 10 hours, even if it's not smooth, I'll make it smooth. Physics, mathematics, qi, and swordsmanship all in one. Am I still afraid I can't beat Lin Yujing? Chapter 194. The school went from quiet to noisy, then from noisy back to silence. Only the sound of 3 people holding pens, writing relentlessly. In the office, Tao Fei let out a long yawn, placed down the mouse, and rubbed her eyes, glancing at the bottom right corner of the computer screen. December 24th, 7:10 p.m. Ah! She couldn't help but sigh. Spending Christmas Eve at the age of 27 like this. But hearing the incessant scratch of pens nearby, she smiled faintly, as if finding some solace. She looked around. Zhang Qinghua wore a look of utter despondence, lying sideways on the desk, mechanically writing on the draft paper. It didn't look like he was calculating, but merely venting. Lin Yujing was still focused intently, no different from the start. As for Li Zheng, before Tao Fei saw him, she noticed the 7 or 8 densely packed sheets of draft paper next to him, looking like some cult scripture. Fuck! Tao Fei cursed silently in her mind. What is this guy doing? Working out nuclear bomb equations? Looking at Li Zheng himself, he appeared more wild than when he started answering questions, seemingly disheveled despite only 3 hours passing, his eyes already lost in madness, occasionally letting out a foolish laugh. What is this after all? No need for so many just to work out the mass energy equivalence, right? Could it be that doing problems could really lead to entering demonization? Cough. Tao Fei hurriedly coughed. Okay, time's up. Snap. Lin Yujing instantly dropped her pen. Calm and composed, she looked up ahead. She had the air of a peerless master. Afterwards, Zhang Qinghua also let out a sigh and let his pen slip from his fingers. Li Zheng's eyes widened, and he slammed his pen down, picking up his own papers to admire them, his mouth seemingly shouting brilliant, but his dry throat could not make much noise. For him, this exam had, even without considering the time spent in the restroom, reached a full 12 hours of acceleration. And he had improved every hour. Putting down his papers, Li Zheng's first reaction was to check his status. Mathematics, 136168. Physics, 207215. Ha! What's this? Growing stronger through battle. Sparring with masters sure is invigorating. Alright, I'm collecting the test papers now, I'll grade them. Tao Fei shook her head, rubbing her neck. The scoring for the competition papers is very detailed, and it will take a while to grade, so don't be impatient. Lin Yujing was the first to bring her answers to Tao Fei. Tao Fei wiped her glasses and, after a brief scan, smiled. You've attempted every question, very good. Actually, when designing these papers, we really didn't expect many to finish them. Then, she received Zhang Qinghua's paper. She soon discovered that Zhang Qinghua had attempted every question too, but hadn't completed a single one. And most likely hadn't gotten any right. He simply pasted any formula he knew onto the paper. Then randomly filled in an answer. Although Zhang Qinghua lacked a deep understanding of concepts and was poor at calculation, when it came to dirty tricks for exams, he did have his tactics. Last was Li Zheng's paper. It was simply a plus version of Zhang Qinghua's. The test was chaotic to the point of anarchy, with dense scribbles and corrections, making it look like a draft. It required a considerable effort to make sense of it. Tao Fei could only rub her arms and smile bitterly. This will keep me busy. How many points do you guys think you got? Around 60 points maybe. Lin Yujing moved her chair closer to Tao Fei, warmed her hands, and mockingly said, grade Li Zheng's first. Suit yourself, Li Zheng snorted, I've let you win not just once or twice. Squeak 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 squeak. Lin Yujing turned her head and made a face. Cackle 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 cackle. Li Zheng returned a simpleton's face. Zhang Qinghua was caught in the middle and, feeling wronged, lowered his head and stepped back. How come you guys always come up with new tricks? At the table, Tao Fei picked up a red pen and unfolded Li Zheng's answer sheet. By the way, Teacher Yu is also waiting for the results, go call her over. Li Zheng and Lin Yujing remained motionless, both fixated on the test paper. Zhang Qinghua paused momentarily, then silently turned and walked out, so quietly that no one noticed him leave. Soon, Zhang Qinghua returned, carrying an electric grill, and Yu Hong followed with 2 large bags of takeout barbecue. However, the others in the room didn't pay attention to them, only concentrating on the papers. The 2 newcomers also quickly set down the items and gathered behind Tao Fei. By now, Tao Fei had finished grading Li Zheng's paper, but her ballpoint pen was still intermittently dotting the paper, analyzing the steps to calculate the score. A moment later, she made a grand gesture and wrote down a number at the top of the paper. 67. After writing down this number, Tao Fei tossed away her ballpoint pen and turned to glare at Li Zheng. Crap, so this is really at the provincial team level. Tao Fei spluttered, hurriedly wiping her mouth before lifting the paper, although the test is a mess. I can feel that you are continuously improving, overturning your previous understanding. Am I right in this feeling? Teacher Tao has good insight. Li Zheng nodded with a smile, I am indeed nurturing through battle, supplementing my brain with problems. This is probably the most satisfying test I've ever taken to date. Really, with the way you are going. Tao Fei put down the paper and sighed, lock you in a room with theory books and scrap paper, and you might even work out the equation for an atomic bomb reaction. Lin Yujing unwillingly tugged at Tao Fei's arm. Tao Fei chuckled sneakily, right, I may have praised you too much. Yu Hong immediately asked, is this out of 100? What's the score for provincial first place, roughly? It was only then that Tao Fei realized Yu Hong had arrived, and she busily stood up to answer, yes, I'm grading out of 100. Provincial first place is probably less than 50, and the top scorer in the entire city only got around 70 points. Ah! Yu Hong sighed, not sure whether to cry or laugh. Now it's been proven that Li Zheng is also fully capable of joining the ranks of the geniuses. But why can't these geniuses, just like chemistry? Tao Fei suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Li Zheng, when did you learn advanced math? Li Zheng opened his mouth, then closed it again. While taking a dump. That doesn't seem quite appropriate to say. After all, that could get him beaten up by the numerous students who fail advanced math. And it might be a little too provocative for Zhang Qinghua. Li Zheng could only struggle to respond, learned it during the chemistry training camp, when I had nothing better to do. Anyway, blame everything on those miserable days, and that would be right. Right, that makes sense. Even though you still look inexperienced in solving problems, the fact that you can work them out shows your level. Only after saying this did Tao Fei return the paper to Li Zheng, with a smirk and an uplift of her glasses. I'm glad my prediction was wrong. From now on, the goal changes. If you don't make it into the national team, don't say you were taught by me. Li Zheng's expression brightened upon hearing this. Great, this goal is perfect. Thank you, Teacher Tao. Li Zheng took the paper with both hands, filled with both gratitude and admiration. Teacher Tao, actually, your prediction wasn't wrong. Before I took a dump, I really was only at the level of 35 points. Who would have known there would be such an adventure? Could it be that Shi Yang had absorbed too much academic fortune, and the essence of the vital land came along with it? Now is not the time to think about this. So what's next? Li Zheng narrowed his eyes, glancing at Lin Yujing. The latter was lightly biting her lip, hands clutching the hem of her clothes, watching Tao Fei grade the test with nervous eyes. Li Zheng smiled. If he remembered correctly, her self-estimated score was only in the 60s as well. If it were over 65, then the description should have been around 70. Therefore, it's very likely that her score is within 65. And I, the mighty Li Zheng, scored a full 67. I've definitely got it this time, right? Here it comes, it's coming. Are you ready? Li Zheng couldn't suppress his excitement, his cheeks lifting slightly. Losing chemistry, you lose a lot. Losing physics, you lose everything. Lin Yujing didn't dare to look at Li Zheng or the paper. Li Zheng became even more excited. This is it, only by defeating Lin Yujing in physics can he claim total victory. Li Zheng was already picturing what Lin Yujing's defeat would look like. It would definitely be an exceptionally enjoyable high-level freakout. There'd be stamping of feet, biting of fingers, and the continuous quivering To welcome this moment, Li Zheng was already reaching for his phone. Such a rare freakout had to be fully recorded. Keep it for a lifetime. Hee hee, hee hee hee. Li Zheng, looking up, couldn't help but laugh out loud. While he was laughing, Tao Fei suddenly slapped the desk and screamed. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. 82. And there are two problems that even the answer key doesn't cover. Wham! Li Zheng stiffened, and in the ringing in his ears, his heart seemed to stop beating. His whole body shook slightly. It was Zhang Qinghua who steadied him. It's not, it's not. After Li Zheng shook his head in a daze, he looked helplessly toward Lin Yujing. Didn't you say it was just over 60? And that's when he saw it. Lin Yujing was secretly filming with her phone. Squeak squeak squeak. And laughing behind her hand. This smile shattered Li Zheng's guts and courage. Ah! He staggered back a step, his head went blank, and his vision blacked out. The most up-to-date novels are published on Fruitnoelo. Thud. He slumped into the chair. Perhaps this was how Zhou Yu in the story had been infuriated to death. It was all fake, all of it. Every performance was for this very moment. Defeated. Utterly defeated. The most brutal kind of defeat is when you think you can win but still lose. Just like a mouse being toyed with in the paws of a cat. It never stood a chance from the very beginning. Li Zheng couldn't help but remember the time when he first met Ou Xingzhou and Wu Shu at McDonald's, estimating scores. After calculating the scores, Wu Shu had also used a similar tactic, pretending to be outmatched by Ou Xingzhou. But Ou Xingzhou was very seasoned and didn't rush into celebration, he waited for the final scores to be announced. That's what a real veteran of the Jianghu is like. In his moment of sorrow, it was still Zhang Qinghua standing behind Li Zheng. He gently patted Li Zheng's back, helping him catch his breath. It's nothing big, you'll get used to it, you'll get used to it. Zhang Qinghua's words carried a sense of desolation, as if he too were a veteran of the Jianghu. Thank you, I feel much better now. Li Zheng gently pushed Zhang Qinghua's hand away, rose with the help of his chair, and without looking at Lin Yujing, staggered to the desk to examine Lin Yujing's exam paper. He muttered, "When did you even learn calculus?" This was Li Zheng's final struggle. "I, Su Zhu, the novice monk, have stealthily practiced the Mount Hua sword technique, but that's all. You, the heavenly mountain child granny. Since when have you been able to wield a sword?" "I didn't learn it, squeak, squeak." Lin Yujing continued to mock while recording every bit of Li Zheng's behavior, "It's all high school math." Li Zheng glared fiercely, "That's impossible." "It's possible." Tao Fei revealed Lin Yujing's paper. Feel the brilliance of Lin Yujing's thinking. Li Zheng looked down at it skeptically. The first impression that came to mind was simplicity. Every problem was solved with the utmost simplicity. Coupled with her elegant handwriting, she already overwhelmed all the other contestants in aesthetic appeal. Then, look at her approach. It was all just taking shortcuts. Whenever she could avoid the main road, she took a detour. Take the sixth major problem, for example, a mix of electrics and mechanics, discussing a square wire frame hanging in the air, which starts to rotate after a nearby vertical wire is electrified. The question was already complex, with an even more twisted problem. You had to provide the induced electromotive force E in the wire frame and the external torque M at any given time t. Since it involved a lot of geometrical knowledge, even Li Zheng, who had a grasp of basic calculus, spent a solid 90 minutes on this problem. The process was as follows. Calculate the two forces F1 and F2 acting on the wire frame based on the current I. 10 minutes. Set up a massive equation with Ohm's law. 5 minutes. Solve a geometry problem to calculate the resultant torque. 30 minutes. Plug the resultant torque back into the massive equation to solve, which he didn't manage to do. Even after such hardships, Li Zheng only scored half the points. In contrast, Lin Yujing. Because of XX and XX, to maintain XX, XX must equal XX. 1 minute. Through XX equals XX, she set up a miraculous equation. 3 minutes. Solve it. 10 minutes. There were countless examples like this. Even though the complexity of these physics problems was infuriating, Li Zheng felt like he was back to the table tennis knockout match a few months ago. Eliminate 63 players, 1 per match, 63 matches in total. Back then, Lin Yujing bypassed step-by-step calculation and division. This time, she circumvented both geometry and calculus. What does this mean? What does this tell us? Lazy. Li Zheng's eyes bulged, "You're still so lazy." Lin Yujing bulged her eyes as well, "It's smartness. That's smartness in the service of being lazy." Lin Yujing, out of frustration, immediately stopped the recording and started fiddling with her phone. "I'll send it to the class group, and let it stink, send to Teacher Tang." "Okay, you two." Tao Fei raised her hand and gave each of them a smack on the back of the head. "First you, Li Zheng, Yujing is just smart. No matter how complex the problems, she can spot the key points at a glance, and many are hidden key points that not even the creators of the problems would think of. If that's not smartness, what is? And you, Yujing, I've been telling you to study those advanced math topics, but you're lazy and won't do it. You must realize that not every problem has such a clever trick, there are always difficult hurdles to tackle step by step. Today's set of problems is easy and has many tricks, the math requirement isn't that high. If it were a harder set, you wouldn't even score over 50 points. After Tao Fei punished everyone equally, the situation didn't improve much. Fine, call it her being clever, Li Zheng reluctantly nodded, but laziness is an objective reality. Pfft. Laziness is still better than you. Lin Yujing decided to go for broke and reached out her hand. Teacher Tao, I want to try a test that I can't score over 50 points on. Ha! Now it was Tao Fei's turn to be wide-eyed. Really think there's no test that can stump you? You're underestimating my ability to dig up questions. Exactly, bring it out and test her. Seeing this, Li Zheng rolled up his sleeves, pointing at Lin Yujing to fan the flames, give her some real heavy calculation problems, and beat the crap out of her in another round. Right, nobody's going home today. Tao Fei immediately grabbed the mouse and began a frantic search. Christmas Eve, who cares about meeting up or dating? Do problems, all of you, do problems. Calm down, teacher Tao. Yu Hong got scared and intervened, I have experience with these two, they're not worth getting upset over, treat yourself better. Zhang Qinghua also stepped in front of Li Zheng, her eyes reddening, aren't you hungry? I'm already hungry. That kind of problem, another set might kill someone. It took a lot of persuading to finally get the perhaps challenging test for Lin Yujing pushed back. It was only then that Yu Hong got a chance to ask, I forgot to ask just now, what level is Lin Yujing's 82 points roughly at? I don't know, Tao Fei turned her face away from Lin Yujing, whatever level she loves, that's the level. Lin Yujing grudgingly tugged at Tao Fei's sleeve, don't be mad, okay, teacher Tao can stump me. Humph. Let's make up. Lin Yujing leaned in for another nuzzle. This time Tao Fei couldn't hold back and raised her hand to vigorously rub Lin Yujing's head, go and learn advanced math right away. Hee. After that, Tao Fei leaned in close to Yu Hong and whispered, Lin Yujing's level now is solid for the national team, she has a chance at the EPO. Figures. Yu Hong sighed dejectedly, his face full of sourness. If only Lin Yujing were willing to put in even a fraction more effort in the chemistry competition. Maybe it would have been her, not Shi Yang, going to Prague. Alas! It's unknown whether chemistry just isn't in her fate. Or if in the fate of chemistry, there's just no place for her. On the other side, Lin Yujing, who had temporarily ceased battling, sat with her back to everyone else in her chair, hunched over her phone, repeatedly watching something with a sneaky smile now and then. Li Zheng couldn't help but feel both annoyed and frustrated. This person has no aura of a master at all. Is she really recording this? I'm so damn good at chemistry competitions, yet I'm all harmonious and loving with students across the country? She definitely has the skills, yet her conduct is so despicable. She deserves punishment. But the thing is, Li Zheng couldn't do anything about it anymore. 67 to 82. A full 15 points behind. In an actual competition, this would put him hundreds of places behind, approximately the difference between the champion and a second-tier prize. And that's after giving it his all, working furiously for over 10 hours, including taking a shit. Moreover, Lin Yujing is from the Qi sect, she uses high school level sword techniques and has already reached this level in the semi-final problems just with her inner strength. It's that evil, lazy kind of inner strength. Either the 9 Yin manual or the sunflower manual. This time, although I've lost, I must hold steady and not get impatient or fall into her wicked school of thought. Steadily practicing my Shaolin muscle transforming classic, remaining strong and steady, that's the right path to defeating villains. For now, I'm afraid there's no way to punish her. No, there is a way. Tell the teacher. Li Zheng immediately went to Tao Fei and whispered indignantly, Teacher Tao, you've got to deal with this, Lin Yujing's filming is academic bullying. Li Zheng added, not only is she academically bullying, but she'll also threaten me with this video, forcing me into doing shameful deeds. Dismissed. Tao Fei didn't even pay attention to Li Zheng and turned to link arms with Lin Yujing. Yujing has all privileges in my eyes, you deserve it. Li Zheng gritted his teeth in resentment. It made him so angry that he punched Zhang Qinghua's shoulder hard. That's how teachers are. Ungrateful. As long as you have high scores, you can do anything. This world is too realistic. After Tao Fei watched the video of Li Zheng being badly defeated, she turned and said, is it about time to eat? Let's start, Yu Hong, who was already wearing an apron, said. I'll set the plates. Li Zheng also rolled up his sleeves. This. Only Zhang Qinghua stood still, raised her hand hesitantly, my test, hasn't been graded yet, right? Being completely forgotten, that is the truly chilly reality. Chapter 195. 15 points, provincial third place is hopeful, said Tao Fei, eyeing the thick slices of meat with alternating layers of fat and lean and adding, however, from now on. Swallowing saliva, we should focus on the preliminary competition questions. Swallowing saliva. Ah. I've also met the standard. Zhang Qinghua said with some surprise as she looked at her test paper. Li Zheng, who was arranging dishes alongside, also offered encouragement, yes, the content of the preliminary competition overlaps with that of the college entrance exam, so it's worth giving math a special push as well. Okay. Zhang Qinghua, holding the test paper with 15 points, finally regained some confidence in her studies after many days. Before long, the barbecue feast was ready, with lunch boxes covering the office desk. Steak, beef ribs, beef tongue, lamb tendons, thick pork belly, squid tentacles, potatoes, leeks. This was truly extravagant. Barbecuing is something that normally requires everyone's participation, but Yu Hong didn't trust others to manage the heat properly, insisting on doing it herself. So, under everyone's watchful eyes, Yu Hong methodically set up the grill, connected the power, poured the oil, and once a faint white smoke arose, gently placed 2 thick slices of beef ribs on it. Sizzle! As the bubbles of oil emerged from the meat, the entire office was filled with a delicious aroma. Yu Hong, already fully armed with an apron, wielded tongs in one hand and scissors in the other. In the span of a few dozen seconds of flipping and roasting, she snipped the large pieces of meat into small, evenly sized strips. And each strip had both fat and lean, with no one's share larger or smaller than another's. A few seconds later, the meat began to turn golden. Yu Hong, with quick eyes and quick hands, in the blink of an eye, picked up several pieces of meat and placed them into each person's dipping sauce. "Thank you, Teacher Yu. That's some impressive skill. Teacher Yu, how come you have such a complete set of tools in your office?" Delicious. Amidst everyone's praise, Yu Hong meticulously placed 6 slices of potato on the grill to roast before finally sitting down to savor her own rib strips. At that moment, the other 4 people had already finished eating, all staring at her with eyes wide open. For Li Zheng, after more than a dozen hours of engrossing problem-solving, having a barbecue meal was truly delightful, but why so slow and so little? For Zhang Qinghua, biting into the meat and tasting the oil, it must be expensive, it was nice to take advantage and nourish her body, but why so slow and so little? For Tao Fei, having someone to spend Christmas Eve might help forget the sorrows, just like the sweet and sour dipping sauce perfectly masking the slight greasiness, but why so slow and so little? For Lin Yujing, why so slow and so little? Shortly after, Yu Hong also finished her portion and, seeing the others swallow saliva in anticipation, laughed and said, "It's been a long time since I had this feeling of rushing to eat meat, it tastes better this way." Only Tao Fei could truly understand this sentiment. During the era when she and Yu Hong were students, it was an event to visit restaurants together occasionally. They could not afford to order much, and they had just enough to go around. But when young people have something tasty to eat, when is it ever just enough? Thus, every dish served was devoured like a tornado, and in less than a minute, the plate would be empty. The group could only wait wistfully for the next dish to be brought to the table. Was this way of dining satisfying? Not satisfying. Was it delicious? Truly delicious. Conversely, in recent years people have become more affluent. Those former classmates, now occasionally reconvening at someone's wedding banquet, facing a table full of exquisite foods, find it hard to muster the same appetite, only picking at the food symbolically. Putting down their chopsticks, they reminisce about the past. It's unclear whether the craving was for the taste, or for the memories of youth. By 8 o'clock, the meat had been devoured and the table had been tidied up neatly. Yu Hong and Tao Fei chatted happily about that flavor and those youthful days, seemingly very satisfied with the barbecue. But Li Zheng, Zhang Qinghua and Lin Yujing were not satisfied at all. In their minds, there were only 2 words. That's it. Enough to eat? Having tasted the delicious food, they had had their hunger stirred even more. Finally, when picking up their bicycles at the school gate, Li Zheng couldn't hold it in anymore. "Qinghua, you still want to eat?" "Yes." Zhang Qinghua nodded firmly. "I know where the shop is," Li Zheng said with a lift of his lips. "Come on, it's on me." "Ah? Is it appropriate? Barbecue is pretty expensive, right?" "No problem, it's my birthday, I have a budget," Li Zheng said with a smile, pulling out his bicycle. "Ah!" Zhang Qinghua also quickly pulled out her bike, bumping into Li Zheng's bike. "Happy birthday! Don't be so polite, let's go, off to eat meat," Li Zheng chuckled and got on his bike. "Let's go." Just as Zhang Qinghua climbed onto his bike, he saw Lin Yujing not far away, putting on woolen gloves. She was staring over here, and even in the darkness, one could see those unwilling pupils flickering. Like a cat that had seen meat from afar, but it was in the mouth of a dog. Zhang Qinghua thought to himself, could it be? Lin Yujing also craved this bite? He quickly pedaled and moved closer to Li Zheng, suggesting, since we're celebrating a birthday, why not invite Lin Yujing as well? If you want to invite, you invite, Li Zheng grunted. Hey, it's just one exam, Zhang Qinghua said with a smile, without much thought, quickly pedaling over to Lin Yujing and said, come on, let's go together to feast on barbecue on Li Zheng's dime. He had thought Lin Yujing would refuse, or at least play coy. Unexpectedly, she instantly brushed aside her previous reluctance, fluffed up in excitement, and transformed into an eager face. Great! Great! Lin Yujing's face lit up with excitement, and she hopped onto her bike, looking towards the road ahead. Come on, lead the way you loser. Got a new nickname for me now. Zhang Qinghua could only respond with a wry smile. He didn't know that Lin Yujing actually had quite an appetite, and moreover, it was quite large. However, Yu Hong thought that the young girl didn't eat much, so he gave more meat to Li Zheng and Zhang Qinghua instead. That's why Lin Yujing was the one who had the least satisfying meal. She was too embarrassed to show it, and it was even less convenient to ask Yu Hong which restaurant the food was ordered from. Now that Li Zheng was leading the way and offering to treat her, it was naturally wonderful to eat a satisfying barbecue under the guise of celebrating a birthday. In Zhang Qinghua's eyes, however, that wasn't the layer he saw. Having known each other for over a year, it was the first time he had seen Lin Yujing so excited, so out of character. In the end, he was just a messenger. Perhaps even a third wheel. The three cycled in silence to the barbecue restaurant. As soon as Li Zheng and Lin Yujing had parked their bikes, they caught the scent wafting from inside the place, and couldn't help but rub their hands together in anticipation. By that time, Zhang Qinghua had already lost all his appetite. Things had come to this. He chose to complete it. Watching the two eagerly lock up their bikes and dash toward the barbecue restaurant, Zhang Qinghua didn't get out of the car but instead took out his phone on the spot and managed to squeeze out a slight smile, saying, "Ah, my dad wants me back home soon. You two go ahead and eat." "Don't be like that," Li Zheng looked back and said, "Give me the phone, I'll talk to your dad." Lin Yujing had no intention of leaving him behind either. "Turn off your phone and come eat." "Forget it, forget it." Zhang Qinghua put away his phone, waved his hand, lifted the front of his bike on the spot, and smashed it down in the direction of home. With his back to them, he silently raised his right hand, forced a smile, and said, "Happy birthday. Eat my share too, see you tomorrow." Once he finished, he ignored their pleas to stay, put his head down, and pedaled away, becoming more and more distant, leaving behind only a dashing silhouette and fluttering hair. In front of the barbecue restaurant, Li Zheng and Lin Yujing stood still for a moment and then suddenly looked at each other. It was at this moment that they realized something. "The two of us eat alone?" Instantly, both of them turned their backs to each other with the wind. The feeling of fullness really is delayed. Li Zheng swallowed blankly, "I guess I'm already full." Lin Yujing also rubbed her stomach, feeling ashamed of her earlier loss of composure. "Actually, I eat very little." In the silence, they reluctantly approached their bikes and hung their heads to unlock them. Zhang Qinghua had no idea that his presence was very important. Without him, the friendly atmosphere of the class gathering would instantly become strange. He, in the past, had tried every way possible but could never join in. Only this time, his turning away fulfilled everything, but it broke up the dinner he could have had. Such is the irony of fate, isn't it? Even though the barbecue was missing, Li Zheng still intended to take Lin Yujing home. After all, it was already late. The two rode their bikes side by side at a leisurely pace. One was thinking about the barbecue. The other one too. And so they thought all the way, thinking into the neighborhood, up to the front of the building. Li Zheng realized that Lin Yujing also lived in an old, unnamed neighborhood. Even the people walking at night were old, with old men and women wearing impressive-looking glasses, who must have been very studious in their youth. Li Zheng casually asked while pedaling his bike, "This is also a residential area for some system, right?" "Yeah," Lin Yujing quickly locked her bike, stood up, and dismissed with a wave of her hand, "Get lost, you scum." "Tisk, wait for next time, when it's my turn to call you scum." Li Zheng turned his bike around, then paused and looked back. Lin Yujing was still seeing him off and hadn't left. When she saw Li Zheng look back, she turned to the side and waved again. After a moment of internal struggle, Li Zheng still asked, "I heard from my dad that your mom is a very important engineer. I'm guessing, an aerospace engineer." Lin Yujing also struggled for a while before nodding her head, "Yeah. I see. Li Zheng scratched the back of his neck, stammered, and said, with your level, participating in physics competitions, you could easily get a contract. You wouldn't be, never mind, never mind. At this point, Li Zheng couldn't continue and put his head down, ready to take off. Say it. Lin Yujing, on the other hand, chased after him. It's just. Li Zheng hesitated, if you're in aerospace, then, you're going to Jihang, right? Yes. Oh. Li Zheng gripped the handlebars tightly, never mind. I'm leaving. He had been thinking about this matter for a long time, but had never dared to ask. Lin Yujing's love for physics was genuine, and her passion for space exploration was beyond doubt. Despite the myriad connections between the two, they were, after all, distinct disciplines. If one wanted to pursue space exploration, Jiaxing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics was the only choice. Now it seemed. She would probably go there. He felt a slight disappointment. Just as Li Zheng was about to pedal away, Lin Yujing suddenly said, I didn't say I was definitely going into the space industry. Hey! Li Zheng swallowed and turned around, but your face is practically screaming rocket science. No matter how impressive rockets are, they can't fly very far, Lin Yujing said softly, her head tilted slightly upward as she gazed at the starry sky and sighed, have you forgotten? Even the fastest rocket can only cover 0.002 light-years in a lifetime. Right. Li Zheng also looked up, absently sighing, there are so many stars tonight. Lin Yujing casually pointed at a star, no matter how hard we try, we can't complete even 1/1000th of this journey. Right. So, although the space station must be fascinating, the real wonders are in the telescope, right? Right. You blockhead. Lin Yujing turned to look at Li Zheng, who was staring up at the sky, and chuckled, not everyone gets to look through an astronomical telescope, so try to score within 10 points below me first. Piece of cake. Li Zheng did not look down, he kept gazing upward, so, you're being lazy again, dodging the hardest task and only wanting to enjoy the most beautiful results, right? I can't be bothered with you, blockhead. Lin Yujing snapped back to reality, her head slightly drooped as she murmured, solving problems has a time limit, life has its length, what's the point in struggling to turn 0.002 into 0.004? Being lazy isn't terrible, being dumb is. Right. Li Zheng stared at the starry sky and said, but this fool will get stronger, much stronger than you think, and will surpass everyone one day. These stars are distant, and human life is indeed limited, but as long as we fly fast enough, even time will freeze for us, and millions of light-years will be but an instant, right? At this, Li Zheng suddenly looked towards Lin Yujing, that's it, I know what I want now. Lin Yujing turned away, her voice trembling a bit as she spoke, the theory of relativity is still too simple, even a blockhead like you can bluff with it. Ha, everything I've got is real, your problem-solving approach is more like a scam. You're still talking? Beat my score first, then talk. Ha, next time for sure. Li Zheng then pedaled off, remember, once I'm better than you, you'll listen to me obediently and stop your nonsense. We didn't agree to that. And I won't listen even if we did. Lin Yujing shouted for a while, then turned around to find that Li Zheng had long disappeared. She stomped her foot. Dumb blockhead. An elderly man walking by at night tugged at his wife's arm. Ah, youth is wonderful, isn't it? His wife took a closer look, oh, isn't that Jing Jing? Jing Jing actually. What about Jing Jing? Can't Jing Jing be young? The old man said with a laugh. Lin Yujing turned and, seeing them, her face flushed, good evening, Grandpa Zhang, Grandma Zhao. Good, good, the old man said with a rosy glow, hurry home, don't catch a cold. But the old lady leaned in to ask, Jing Jing, that young man, is he your classmate? He seemed spirited. Lin Yujing hung her head, not spirited at all, but please don't tell my mom. With that, she turned and ran into the apartment building. Watching her dash into the stairwell, the old lady couldn't help but laugh as well. Youth is really wonderful. Chapter 196. Even though it was actually Zhang Xiao's plan, Li Zheng ended up blaming Zhang Qinghua for it all. This guy really has a big mouth. But Zhang Xiao didn't get to act smug for too long. When Li Zheng returned to the classroom after lunch, he happened to catch Zhang Ziok sneakily placing gifts on his desk, red-handed. Ha! Li Zhang charged over with wide eyes, so it was you, thick eyebrows and big eyes. Ah! Zhang Ziok hurriedly dropped the gift boxes and started to run with his head in his hands. It's all in good faith, master. Good faith my ass, it's such a hassle to return gifts, Li Zhang scolded as he chased. Do you know because of this, I have to remember a ton of people's birthdays, and if I miss one, I'll feel this weird guilt. Alright, no one is asking you to return them. There is. I've already been caught on November 1st, I have to think about it every day to remember it well. What the heck? After running a lap, Zhang Ziok had run back and crawled under her own desk, looking up at Li Zhang with teary eyes. I was just trying to celebrate your birthday. You're so mean, master. Li Zhang wasn't really going to do anything to her, so he could only sit down resentfully. Let's stop here, don't spread it any further. Can do. Zhang Ziok then withdrew her tearful eyes, climbed out with a grin and sat back down, rubbing her hands together as she looked at the gift boxes on Li Zhang's desk. They're all anonymous, only I know the answers. You can only take if you guess right. Then I'll guess Lu Xin for all of them, and send them all back. Stop blabbering, hurry up. This is so boring. Li Zhang said, but his eyes still scanned the desktop. There were a total of 7 gift boxes, probably from people close to Zhang Ziok who conspired to send them. It should be pretty easy to guess. So you mean? Li Zhang mumbled, Zhang Qinghua, Lu Xin, Yu, Su Menxi, Xiao Bixia, and Lin Yujing, all sent gifts. Yes. Zhang Ziok nodded steadily, and one more from Lu Yuexuan. Oh. Li Zhang glanced toward the position of Lu Yuexuan, the language class representative seated in the front row. Lu Yuexuan was also looking this way, waving from afar with a smile. Happy birthday. Thanks. After returning a smile to Lu Yuexuan, Li Zhang turned his face and gave Zhang Ziok a stony look. Thanks to you, I have another birthday to remember. Don't be so scary. Zhang Ziok said in a panic, if it comes to it, I'll help you with the return gifts. Such a hassle. Li Zhang sighed and picked up the pink gift box on top. From this color scheme, it was probably given by a girl. Although he said it was a hassle, Li Zhang still felt a faint expectation. After all, this was the first time someone other than his parents had given him a birthday present. He had never even received a card before. Hurry up and open it, quickly. Zhang Ziok raised an eyebrow and teased, the rule is to look at the gift before guessing, and if you guess wrong, it goes to the person you guessed. Li Zhang responded with an "Oh," suddenly becoming interested. So you're saying, if the gift is from Lu Xin, but I guess it's from Zhang Qinghua, then the gift belongs to Zhang Qinghua. Yes. Zhang Ziok bumped Li Zhang with a grin, guessing Zhang Ziok for all of them is pretty good too. In your dreams. Li Zhang ripped open the wrapping in a couple of quick moves and then froze. Underneath that pink wrapping paper was unexpectedly a set of resistance bands. Therefore, the result was no surprise. Xiao Bixia. Li Zhang sighed in bland resignation. Congratulations, you've won a set of resistance bands, Zhang Ziok cheered, making gestures. You have to bulk up those pectorals in the future, master. At the same time, from outside the door came a loud, boisterous laugh as Xiao Bixia walked into the classroom cheerfully. I waited for you at the basketball court until 6 o'clock yesterday, I'm glad my kindness wasn't wasted. Thanks. With no chance to dodge, Li Zhang could only accept a heavy slap from Xiao Bixia. Special circumstances yesterday, I'll definitely play basketball today. Alright, my gift-giving mission is accomplished, open the next one, Xiao Bixia urged. Okay. Li Zhang then tore open another smaller blue-wrapped package below. It was a book with a similarly blue cover, bearing the elegantly printed title Fortress Besieged. Again, no surprise. Lu Yuexuan. Li Zhang nodded again toward Lu Yuexuan in the front row. However, Lu Yuexuan had a rather miserable expression. No, it's Zhang Ziok. Li Zhang's eyes widened. How is that possible? Does Zhang Ziok have such culture? I do have it, master. Zhang Ziok's eyes welled up again, as she flailed a barrage of punches. I gave my favorite book to master. How can you say I have no culture? This time, Li Zhang didn't fend off the punches, but just took them in silence. You can know someone's face but not their heart. Zhang Ziok actually had some culture. However, in the end, Lu Yuexuan still didn't take the book back, allowing Li Zheng to keep it. Li Zheng also took a deep breath and opened the third rainbow-wrapped gift. It was a box of Morning Glory pens, bound together with a stack of brand-new workbooks. Li Zheng's eyes immediately lit up. Good stuff, practical. The one who gave such a sincere gift. Lu Xian. Li Zheng called out with open arms. The Lu Yuexuan in the front row almost burst into tears again. It's me. Ah. Li Zheng scratched his head. Anyway, Lu Xian wouldn't need this, so I'll keep it. The fourth box. An old wind-up mouse toy. Li Zheng couldn't help but massage his forehead. A normal person wouldn't give an 18-year-old high school student this kind of toy. It obviously wasn't for people to play with, but for cats to play with. So there could only be one conclusion. Lin Yujing. Li Zheng sighed with some disappointment. Got it, I'll give it to Wang Cai to play with. However, Lu Xian rushed in. Brother Li, it's me, Brother Li. This is the wind-up mouse I've treasured since I was a kid, my most precious memory, Brother Li. Lu Xian picked up the wind-up mouse and pointed to the scratch on the side. My name's here, it symbolizes that our friendship will never fade. Ah! Li Zheng was thrown. Sorry. I don't care, I'll give it to you even if you guessed wrong. Lu Xian stuffed the mouse into Li Zheng's arms. You must not let the cat play with it, you have to treasure it. Okay. When opening the fifth box, Li Zheng, who had made several mistakes, was now panicked. It won't do, I can't be blindly confident anymore. The outside and inside of a person are often contradictory. Under Zhang Xiao's flamboyant exterior lies a serious literary heart. Lu Yuexuan's artistic temperament harbors a practical core. Lu Xian, after being recklessly flamboyant, hides tenderness and delicacy. The only one who is consistent inside and out is Qiao Bixia. Taking the opposite approach may have a better chance. TCH. The packaging of the fifth box was torn open. It's a complete set of Shuez Haiqian's album CDs. Shit. Li Zheng swallowed hard. There's no way to guess this the other way around. Zhang Qinghua. Li Zheng read out the name. At the entrance, that man flashed into the class. Right, it's me. Thank you. Li Zheng said thanks with difficulty, but I don't have a CD player. They're for collection, I don't have one either. Zhang Qinghua sighed lightly with a smile. Don't feel pressured, I just wanted to say goodbye to my past self and set you up with your blue skies and oceans. I don't really understand, but thanks anyway. Li Zheng took a deep breath and opened the second-to-last gift box. Now there were only two people left. Lin Yujing, Teacher Menzi. A choice between two, it should be easy to guess. After tearing off the red wrapping paper, Li Zheng saw a brand new black metallic mobile phone case. He then picked up his own phone and realized it was already full of scratches. Another very practical gift. It must be Teacher Menzi. Although that's what he thought, Li Zheng didn't guess right away but quickly opened the last gift. A fist-sized cosmic glass sphere. With the shake, the glowing substance inside would flow like stellar migration, like the Milky Way revolving. Brilliant! It was too obvious, there was no way it could be wrong. Li Zheng held up the cosmic glass sphere with his right hand. Lin Yujing. With his left hand, he grabbed the black phone case. Teacher Menzi. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Even Zhang Xiao didn't make any inappropriate comments and just stared dumbfounded at Li Zheng. Li Zheng's expression grew tense. Could it be that he was wrong? How the hell could he get this wrong? He shakily turned his head, looking towards the classroom door. Lin Yujing was glaring furiously. Teacher Menzi looked profoundly sad. It's not this. Li Zheng picked up the cosmic ball. Only Lin Yujing could have given such a thing, right? Su Menzi forced a smile. It was me. I chose it for a long time, and bought it from abroad. Crack. Li Zheng was completely at a loss for words. Thank you, Teacher Menzi, this is my favorite gift. I'm glad you like it. Then. Li Zheng then picked up the phone case. Such a practical, thoughtful gift. Lin Yujing spread her hands. I bought it last minute this morning. Crack. Li Zheng felt his head explode. He had completely misunderstood how he'd let down Teacher Menzi's kind intentions. Menzi, let's go, don't bother with such trash. Lin Yujing said with contempt before pulling Su Menzi away. How could you guess it wrong? Xiao Bixia was so angry that she grabbed the grip strengthener she'd given him. Go reflect on yourself. I'll use the grip strengthener myself. As the tide comes in and out, everything returned to tranquility. Li Zheng could only turn his head in irritation and glare at Zhang Xiaoke. This was all your idea, wasn't it? Acre. Zhang Xiaoke shrunk back under the desk, clinging to the leg of the table as she explained, I didn't know it would turn out like this. Come on, let's test your recent academic achievements. Li Zheng shook his arm, I'll personally set a comprehensive science test for you. Ha! Zhang Xiaoke crawled back out and climbed onto her seat, laughing hysterically, I thought it was something serious, but this is just like throwing a meat bun to a dog. Not just any comprehensive science test, it's an Olympic-level comprehensive science test. Li Zheng narrowed his eyes, you start right after the first period this afternoon and go until 6 p.m. It's out of 200 points, and your goal is 20 points. If you don't reach it, you'll be expelled from my tutelage. That afternoon, the Lake Ying Middle School's New Year program audition officially began. In principle, only the students from the first and second year of high school were allowed to register for the program, and no more than 5 acts would be selected for the New Year's Eve performance. The audition took place in the music classroom, with Principal Lu Xiaodong and other school leaders scoring it, conducted in groups and in batches to minimize class disruptions. Li Zheng and Lin Yujing went around 3 o'clock, and as soon as Li Zheng's guitar sounded, Principal Lu Xiaodong immediately gave approval. Lin Yujing didn't even finish the first line before the other teachers had also given their approvals. The scene was reminiscent of The Voice of China. Zhang Qinghua and Zhang Xiaoke went after 4 o'clock, and they were only there for scoring. The results would have to wait for the mentors' discussion and decision. At the end of school, while Li Zheng was packing his bag, ready for a satisfying basketball game, Tang's Haifei suddenly entered the classroom, nervous and excited, and pulled Lin Yujing with him as they both approached the class's core figure, Li Zheng, forming a small group. The results of the program selection are out. Tang's Haifei nodded first at Li Zheng and Lin Yujing, Fly Me to the Moon is the finale. Oh! Li Zheng frowned slightly, I wanted to go first. In his mind, the first performance had the greatest impact and was more advantageous for accruing vitality value. Tang's Haifei simply shook his head, the first one will quickly be forgotten, but the finale is the most influential. Anyway, Principal Lu insists putting our school's reputation on you too. Lin Yujing seemed a bit uncomfortable, about how many people from City First School will there be? Don't be nervous, just sing with your eyes closed, Tang's Haifei muttered, I'm not sure exactly how many people, but each grade has about less than 20 classes, and the middle school and high school sections are all coming. That's over 4,000 people, Li Zheng mused, resting his chin on his hand, plus our school's middle and high school sections, as well as the teaching and administrative staff, roughly 6,000 in total. Assuming an even gender distribution, that's 3,000 girls, good, 3,000 girls should be enough. Li Zheng suddenly felt this was inappropriate and quickly corrected himself, don't get me wrong, I'm just paying attention to the gender ratio at excellent schools, to see if it meets the average distribution. Who cares about you? Zhang Xiaoke urgently asked Tang's Haifei, what about us? What about us? Unfortunately. Tang's Haifei pursed his lips in a sigh, the spots were given to group performances. It seems there's a preference against solo acts. Damn. Zhang Xiaoke cursed, biting her lip, I practiced a lot with the video. Let it go, Zhang Qinghua simply smiled lightly, packing the flute back into his bag, life is full of disappointments. It's really not your fault, Tang's Haifei put his arm around Zhang Xiaoke, rubbing her little hand to comfort her, I asked about it specifically, your solo dance was mainly not chosen because the gym is too big and it's hard to see clearly. Qinghua's flute performance was very good, but the main reason it wasn't selected is that a solo flute might seem monotonous, it would have definitely had a chance in an ensemble. Zhang Xiaoke scoffed, so we should both be playing the flute and dancing, right? It's not that it's impossible, but it doesn't quite fit, does it? Tang's Haifei patted Zhang Xiaoke's hand, anyway, just focus on being a great audience from now on. No problem, I've been one for a long time now, Zhang Qinghua revealed a smile like that of an immortal. Just as Tang's Haifei was about to leave, a whoosh sound was heard. People familiar with this sound all knew. It had to be Li Zheng raising his hand. Wait a second. Li Zheng furrowed his brows, his gaze deepening. The depth wasn't because of deep thought, but because he was checking the task. Unparalleled 2, after accepting the task, the vitality value cap will be removed for all relaxation activities for 10 minutes. Please restore vitality for the equivalent of 500 hours within these 10 minutes. There was a 10-minute timeline for the task, and the song performance with Lin Yujing would last at most 3 minutes. Being conservative and assuming there were only 2,000 sisters in the audience, based on past experience, an average vitality restoration rate of 4 minutes/sister per minute could be estimated. Multiplying the 2 and cancelling out sister, the total restoration rate would be 8,000/minute. If the performance lasted for 3 minutes, the total restoration would be 24,000 minutes. Which means 400 hours. Not enough. Absolutely not enough. The unparalleled task cannot be messed up. Whether it's the history textbook or the senior programmer, they were absolutely rewards worth fighting for. Speaking of which, there seemed to be another option. Forget it, that's not important. In conclusion, it's still not enough, just one fly me to the moon is not enough. The remaining 7 minutes had to be utilized, without any waste. As for how to utilize them, there were 2 plans. One was to perform basketball after singing the song. Since the setting was a gymnasium, playing basketball made sense. But this would be a bit forced. And basketball without competition had no soul. For some indescribable reasons, in this era, someone dribbling non-stop in public could become laughable. Forget about attracting girls, he might end up becoming the girls' laughing stock, the girls' enemy. Basketball had to be ruled out. Then, the other plan was to extend the performance time. If one song wasn't enough, then 3. About that, first of all, Lin Yujing would definitely not agree. Secondly, the same 2 people performing similar pieces repeatedly would only tire the audience. It would be better to have more people, more instruments, in a more diverse manner, linking up some pieces that can excite the crowd. Especially pieces that can get middle schoolers hyped. About these, Li Zheng knew nothing. So, King Hua and Xiao can also join our performance, right? Li Zheng asked Tang's Haifei. Hey! Tang's Haifei's eyes widened, flute and that kind of dance, don't really match, do they? What do you mean by that kind of dance? Zhang Xiao glared and began to jump around. Teacher Tang, make yourself clear, are you looking down on our 2-dimensional space? Hehe, it's just a bit too cute, Tang's Haifei replied reluctantly. However, Zhang Qinghua, seated at the back, only waved her hand. Forget it, we too won't add to the chaos, you guys do your best. It's not about adding chaos, the more people, the better the performance effect can be, Li Zheng planned while stroking his chin. Since it's the grand finale, we need to make it more exciting, to make the sisters, to make the atmosphere more fervent. We might as well shorten the main piece and add a medley at the end. King Hua could play the flute, the triangle, and Xiao could dance or act as a mascot when necessary. Ah! Zhang Xiao's eyes lit up as she started shaking Li Zheng's shoulder. You can do 2-dimensional music pieces too, master. Music is mathematics, it doesn't differentiate between dimensions, Li Zheng said with a grin. As long as it gets us more sisters, a better performance effect, I can play any string music. Wow, aren't we being a bit arrogant? Zhang Xiao immediately asked, her rendition of Pure Land of Bliss. No problem at all, Li Zheng nodded confidently. Hey! Zhang Xiao pressed on, a violin version of Digital Monster. Easy peasy. Saxophone version of Slam Dunk. That's a wind instrument, let's discuss if necessary. If it were someone else being so arrogant, they might have been criticized vigorously. But everyone present knew Li Zheng never spoke falsely. After such a back and forth, Zhang Xiao's expression became serious in an instant. If what master says is true. Zhang Xiao settled into her seat solemnly, like Li Zheng, she started rubbing her chin. I'm confident I can plan this grand finale to turn the place upside down. Chapter 197. Tang's Haifei was the first to look at Lin Yujing. Can Yujing do it? This time, Lin Yujing wasn't actually hesitating. Instead, her mouth was covered by Zhang Xiao. She can. Zhang Xiao clung to Lin Yujing and answered for her. Lin Yujing struggled hard to break free, spit several times, and wiped her mouth before she half-heartedly said, it's impossible for a noob to handle so many instruments, the performance won't be good. I'm stable here, don't use me as a shield. Li Zheng waved his hand with a smile. What about you, other than piano and sound of nature, do you have any other skills? Lin Yujing shivered at his words and was too embarrassed to speak. The others also looked at Li Zheng with uneasy faces. What's wrong with sound of nature? Li Zheng looked around and said, Lin Yujing sings well, and it's just the truth. You shouldn't say it out loud though. Zhang Xiaoke reminded, that kind of praise is uncomfortable. Li Zheng chuckled and displayed his fingers. What's that? Everyone has a title. I, myself, am known as the Finger of God. Oh? What about me? Zhang Qinghua asked. Desperate flute player. Li Zheng replied smoothly. And me? And me? Zhang Xiaoke got excited. Li Zheng thought on the spot, dog dancing girl. Screw off. Alright, don't mind these fancy titles. Li Zheng soothed them and then looked at Tang's Haifei, so it's settled then, can we have 10 minutes of showtime? Naturally, Tang's Haifei was afraid of trouble, but she shouldn't dampen the students' artistic passion. After weighing the options, she nodded, I'll talk to the principal about it, but you need to have a preview of the act by the 30th. Cough. Zhang Qinghua behind them coughed lightly, waving his hand and smiling, that's kind, and I appreciate it, but I'd rather not join you, and besides, the flute really doesn't fit with you guys. No, you must join us. Li Zheng grabbed Zhang Qinghua, and I truly believe that the triangle is the soul of the band. Exactly. Zhang Xiaoke also fanned the flame, have you heard the theme song of Shadow of Fire? Doesn't it start with a flute? It's so exciting. That's not a flute, it's a shakuhachi. Zhang Qinghua's gaze deepened, the shakuhachi is an ancient Wu-Yu musical instrument in my country, similar to the bamboo flute, which I also happen to collect. That song you mentioned, I practiced it in middle school. It's actually not as difficult as seriously falling snow, mainly it's the explosive breath control and the aesthetic that's tough. Come on then. But... Zhang Qinghua looked back and forth between Li Zheng and Lin Yujing, seeming conflicted. As a flute player, he naturally had the heart to perform. As the class president, he should also step up when the school needed him. But, he had made a resolution never to be the third wheel again. Just let them sing their mushy songs. Why drag my melancholic flute into this? Lin Yujing, watching Zhang Qinghua's constipated expression, started to get annoyed. It was because of this, they didn't even manage to have barbecue yesterday. Even dreams weren't sweet anymore. You come. Lin Yujing forcefully smacked the table, I'm less nervous with more people. This. Zhang Qinghua, faced with everyone's hopeful eyes, couldn't bear to refuse them any longer. He reached into his backpack, pulled out the long flute, and forced a smile, given the circumstances, I, the desperate flute player, won't decline. Why was it forced? Because he knew. The desperate didn't spell doom for others. It was his own doom. Facing Li Zheng and Lin Yujing. Once, he had longed to be involved but would repeatedly face disappointment. Now, he just wanted to escape with his life, but they wouldn't let him. Difficult. He, the desperate flute player, indeed found it difficult. 20 minutes later, the team of 4 rushed to the music classroom, ready to have a preliminary rehearsal. By then, the group of instructors had dispersed, leaving only a skinny little glasses teacher Guan cleaning up. The term little glasses actually referred to his appearance, not his profession. The teacher's appearance looked like a malnourished super housebound network manager who stayed in an underground internet cafe all day. After some inquiry, they discovered he was the unknown music teacher, Tan Hui. So Lei Qing actually had a music teacher? Upon further questioning, it turned out he didn't really exist. No, it wasn't Schrodinger's theory, he literally didn't exist. More accurately, he only existed in the junior high school section. Lei Qing Middle School's junior high division was 2 kilometers away, where teacher Tan spent 95% of his time, only called here today for program selections by the principal to adjust some equipment. Now that the program assessment was finished and everyone else had left, he still had to tidy up the speakers and musical instruments, loosen some strings, before he could leave. Having stumbled upon a legitimate music teacher, Zhang Xiaoke seized the chance to strike up a conversation after some pleasantries. After listening for a few minutes to their program ideas, Tan Hui burst into laughter. That's quite ambitious. Tan Hui played the dust off his piano case and smiled, rubbing his chin, forget all the strings, if you can even get all the instruments in this room to sound right, I'll stay up all night composing for you. Oh. Li Zheng widened his eyes. The arrangements, I was just thinking about them, haven't mentioned them yet. Teacher Tan, how are you so understanding? You're blowing smoke. Tan Hui slumped into the chair, sinking into it. If I didn't also like Digital Monster, I really wouldn't bother listening to you bragging. Considering his completely unartistic posture, he might actually have been a network manager. And it was obvious that this man was not very well informed, being a somewhat marginal character. Otherwise, he would never dare to speak to Li Zheng, the Light of Lake Ying, Chem Competitions champion, Shaolin Suzhu, Finger of God, Study Demon Sect Demon Lord, like this. Seeing his attitude, Li Zheng also found it inconvenient to say anything. As a top figure, speaking up himself at this time would seem very demeaning. This was a time when the importance of disciples and followers truly showed. Teacher Tan, do you really not know? Zhang Xiok began to gesture vividly. The person in front of you is Light of Lake Ying, Chem Competitions champion. Li Zheng. As for the person beside him, she is Sound of Nature, God of the testing room. Jing Jing. Oh, you all seem quite impressive. Tan Hui responded casually, still sprawled in his chair, lazily picking his ear. But I'm a music teacher, why are you telling me all this? Fine, then there's nothing to discuss. Zhang Xiok turned to Li Zheng with a pout. Go ahead, master. Without her prompting, Li Zheng had already tuned his guitar and cradled it in his arms. Indeed, during the warm-up before today's selection, he had casually practiced a solo piece but no one noticed it. Is Flight of the Bumblebee okay? Li Zheng asked, strumming the strings. Hearing this piece, Tan Hui swallowed and sat up a bit straighter. You, play a little first, let me hear it. Okay. Li Zheng took a deep breath and positioned his left hand on the high notes. Better to keep it steady, not too fast. 3. 2. 1. Li Zheng's eyes widened suddenly as his hands began to twitch rapidly like those of the piano demon. A series of bizarre melodies burst forth swiftly. Dun 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 dun. Amid the swirling high-octave runs, Tan Hui was so startled that his body stiffened up like an ancient mummy, suddenly coming back to life. Before he could say anything, the crisp sound of a piano suddenly mingled in. Almost as if another bee had buzzed into the fray. Tan Hui whipped his head around only to find Lin Yujing had already taken her place at the piano, seamlessly joining in. The twin piano melodies synchronized in concert made Tan Hui start to suspect that they had practiced for a year just to frighten people like this. Just as Tan Hui was about to get up to listen more closely, a solitary, proud man nearby suddenly pulled out a bamboo flute from nowhere. What? And even that? How much lung capacity would that even require? Tan Hui stared intently. The man lifted the flute to his lips but stiffened suddenly, and tremulously withdrew it. Was he trying to show off his abilities? After repeating this 3 or 4 times, the man inevitably seemed a bit wronged, almost on the verge of tears. Yes, he was indeed trying to show off his abilities. Damn it, too fast. Zhang Qinghua wiped his mouth and despondently put away his flute. Meanwhile, Li Zheng and Lin Yujing almost simultaneously hooked out the final notes and ended with a flourish of their hands. In just over a minute, Flight of the Bumblebee had been played to completion. Long after the last notes had faded, Tan Hui finally rubbed his hair back into place and looked squarely at Li Zheng and Lin Yujing. Ah, you guys could have just said you were art students. Oh teacher, didn't we already say so? Weren't you listening? Zhang Xiok jumped in and pointed to Li Zheng, speaking again, this one is, the Light of Lake Ying Chem Competitions. Alright, proving your musical skills is enough. Tan Hui quickly raised his hand and said, if you want to mix some tunes, just say it directly. Thus, after school that day, Li Zheng missed another appointment with Jiao Bixia and did not go to the basketball court. Fortunately, although Tan Hui seemed unreliable, he was a man of his word and truly started rehearsing with the small band, even managing to arrange a 10-minute performance by the next noon. Of course, his willingness to help was entirely unrelated to any quest for school glory. Purely because he was an old two-dimensional space fan and had been hooked the moment he heard Zhang Xiok talk about the idea. After seeing their level of performance, he immediately clicked with the 4 and even joined in later to fill the gap at the drum set. It was just unfortunate that with the drum set, there was no longer a need for a triangle. For most of the next half-week, Li Zheng alternated between studying physics and rehearsing with the band. Thanks to old Li who had brought 2 sacks of tutoring books from Sweeping Monk, Li Zheng completed a reintroduction to basic physics, ranging from mechanics, optics, thermodynamics, and electromagnetism to atomic physics and the theory of relativity. Facing quantum mechanics was still a long way off. After all, his mathematics ability was still severely lacking, and handling quantum physics rashly could easily lead to mysticism. For this reason, whenever Li Zheng had free time, especially while going to the bathroom, he mostly studied mathematics and incidentally finished learning linear algebra, probability theory, and mathematical statistics. It sounds easy, but this was actually the amount of several semesters' teachings, and even for Li Zheng, it took 5 whole days, pouring in thousands of hours to finally get through it all. On December 30th, at 9 in the evening, Li Zheng finally put down the last of the secret books he had bought from the Sweeping Monk. He placed it next to his desk, atop a stack of books nearly as tall as a person. The Sweeping Monk did not deceive, those dozens of pounds of books seemed messy, but all were useful. From competition tutoring by famous teachers to university physics and experimental physics to supplements in mathematics, they were all comprehensive foundational resources. According to the Sweeping Monk himself, he studied these secret manuals from 9th grade all the way to 11th grade. By now, Li Zheng's foundation was firmly laid, and he should have slowed down in his practice to digest on his own. Yet, he still instinctively glanced at the other side of his desk where the stack of books lay. These were exercise books he had bought himself, a total of 27 volumes. Sitting at the very top was the legendary 500 Russian Middle School Physics Competition Problems, also known as Russia 500. Though branded as a heretical text, it was actually quite classic. After all, by following this heretical path and giving up on regular textbooks, as long as he thoroughly worked through these 500 problems, he could easily rank second in the province. Now, looking at this legendary Russia 500, Li Zheng naturally felt a bit itchy in his hands. He casually picked it up, flipped through it, and felt it wasn't too difficult. Li Zheng couldn't help but lick his lips and unsteadily picked up a pen. He decided to work on a few problems before going to bed. 9:50 p.m. Li Zheng was staring blankly on the spot. Unintendedly, he finished them all. It wasn't that his self-control was lacking, rather, the set of questions was crafted too cunningly, much like an online game, filled with immediate gratification and subsequent temptations. Every time one task was completed, he would think about the second one, pulling one wife led to another popping up. After managing one round, he instinctively clicked next round. Russia 500 only intensified this feeling. As soon as one problem was solved, there came the solution and analysis immediately after. How could he not look? This was followed by innovative solutions. Who wouldn't want to know? Next, there was another problem to consolidate the type, closely related to the previous knowledge points. How could he not consolidate it? Every time he started a problem, Li Zheng would tell himself it must be the last one. But after each analysis, he instinctively turned to the next problem. In such a cycle, he inadvertently completed all 500 problems. If he remembered correctly, King Hua took almost 2 months and seemed to have only done just over 100 problems. Because of this, Li Zheng thought this set of problems was difficult. But in actuality, they were quite manageable. Plus, they were all classic templates, even many of the real competition questions in China were derived from these 500. The martial arts of the Persian headquarters of the demon sect sound very wicked, but when actually practiced, they had a somewhat authentic flavor. By now, having solidly laid his foundation and fully grasped the skills of the demon sect, when Li Zheng looked at the panel again, he had made new breakthroughs. Mathematics, 168181. Physics, 215258. No wonder it's called major physics, it went much smoother than chemistry. In his free time, he further honed his mathematics, not bad at all. However, he still needed to guard against arrogance and rashness. Before his next decisive battle with Lin Yujing, he must gather up to 300 points. At that moment, Li Zheng glanced once again at the stack of books. Hopefully, the remaining 26 exercise books would help him perfect his divine skills. Chapter 198. Although it was already winter, the sun was shining brightly at this hour, so it didn't feel cold. Students from each grade of City First School, dressed in rather stylish black formal uniforms, were filing into the gym. Although their steps were not exactly uniform, the demeanor of each student inevitably radiated a supreme, dragon and phoenix-like aura. Passers-by occasionally stopped to inquire which school was holding an event here. Although City First School could not match the nationwide renown of Rendezvous, its actual performance was hardly inferior to the latter. Especially in terms of competitions, it was almost neck and neck with Rendezvous, signing contracts with dozens from Jinghuajiada each year. To put it simply, gold abounds everywhere, provincial winners are nothing special. Even in terms of average performance, the students of City First School were among the top 2% of high school students in Jiaxing City. It could be said that in the eyes of City First School, the only rival was Rendezvous. As for Lakying Middle School, it was almost unheard of previously, and if it were not for the deeds of Li Zheng and Shi Yang laid out here, it probably wouldn't have had any interaction with Lakying for another 50 years. But the principal of the high school department at City First School placed great importance on this get-together. The competitive strength of City First School had only risen in recent years, and although there were many national medals, the international medals in the 5 major competitions were still non-existent. Li Zheng was the light of Lakying. And wasn't Shi Yang also the hope of the entire City First School? The principal was initially prepared to repay Li Zheng for his participation in the provincial team's training. Now, in the national team selection, Shi Yang effectively took over Li Zheng's place, which made the principal feel somewhat embarrassed. Anyway, there was still plenty of seating capacity in the venue. Inviting Lakying to celebrate together and make acquaintances seemed like a good way to wrap this matter up. Of course, the principal was also a very thoughtful person. City First School, being one of the top schools, inevitably showed a bit of sharpness, and it would be unfortunate if they accidentally hurt the self-esteem of the Lakying youngsters. Therefore, the principal specially arranged for 2 student council members who were both appealing in appearance and demeanor to take charge of receiving Li Zheng and several groups of students participating from Lakying. Unlike the nominal student council of Lakying Middle School, the student council of City First School really had energy, organizing and managing many matters every year, not only with a spirit of practicality but also full of enthusiasm, and their interpersonal relationships were far from as complicated as those in university student councils. Of course, the main reason for such a successful student council was money. Sufficient activity funds and a full set of hardware facilities were the foundation of a strong student council. Specific to this New Year's event, the most crucial role was undoubtedly played by the Department of Arts. As regular students entered the venue, Chen Zhu, the head of the Department of Arts, was in the parking lot giving final instructions to the staff. The so-called comprehensive development in morality, intelligence, physicality, arts, and labor was exactly what a student like Chen Zhu embodied. After all, even if most outstanding students managed to overcome the physical aspect, most would still falter on art, ending up just one among many bespectacled nerds. But Chen Zhu successfully crossed that line, not only possessing most of the traits of a top student but also winning the lottery with a handsome and bright face, as well as possessing an emotional intelligence surpassing his peers. He was beloved by everyone, flowers bloomed at his sight, and ultimately he ascended to the throne of the head of the Department of Arts during his 2nd year of high school. Compared to Chen Zhu, the deputy head beside him, Du Shitong, was undoubtedly a bit less impressive. Du Shitong was selected for the Department of Arts because of her special talent in folk music, always somewhat reserved, diligent in her work, short in stature, and with a serene appearance, but in terms of social skills and excellence, she could only be ranked in the middle to lower tier in the school. Although she had qualifications that were in no way inferior to Chen Zhu's, she had not even participated in an election, but Chen Zhu, seeing her solid work, had appointed her as the deputy head. At that moment, Du Shitong, as usual, stood beside the head, maintaining a dignified, dissociated, yet somewhat anxious smile. As for Chen Zhu himself, rather than guiding the work, it was better described as earnestly advising his friends. Soon, Lakying Middle School's bus will arrive. We are responsible for receiving them, guiding, and organizing their entrance. Everyone, please make sure of one thing. Do not show off in front of the Lakying students. The principal's intention is to foster friendships and acknowledge the assistance given by the Lakying students in competitions. We absolutely must not show a sense of superiority during our interactions, we must remain humble, not let the other party's self-esteem be damaged, and certainly not create any atmosphere of competitive performance. Whether it's performance by either side or speeches by leaders, try to treat the applause equally, and don't engage in practices where we try to outdo the other side in applause or cheers. Remember humility, humility, still humility. After this admonishment, Lakying's bus also drove into the parking lot, and the members of the Department of Arts split into several groups to welcome them. And both Chenzu and Du Shitong, naturally, were entrusted by the principal with the important task of receiving the group from the Lake Ying performance team. The two quickly found the bus loaded with musical instruments and performance equipment and hurriedly approached it. Ah, the principal still hasn't thought things through enough. Chenzu shook his head and sighed, our presence is still too eye-catching, we'd better stay behind the scenes. Eye-catching. Du Shitong touched her face in fright, do I have acne? Not that kind of eye-catching, Chenzu sighed lightly with a smile, we don't have to be constrained when it's just the two of us talking, we are already excellent in every aspect. It's just that our appearances also leave no room for others. When Li Zheng and the others see our aura, they probably won't dare to get too close, unintentionally hurting their self-esteem. I guess, okay. Du Shitong rubbed her face again, maybe, we should go over there grinning and baring our teeth. After speaking, she tried to make a fierce face and pouted like a pig. Haha, that won't be necessary, Chenzu waved his hand and laughed, just be natural and friendly, that's enough. Lake Ying Middle School producing a chemistry champion probably looks like a nerdy, world-oblivious person with simple glasses and a buzz cut. I've met many of those and feel confident handling it without hurting anyone's feelings. I feel we shouldn't overthink it. Du Shitong began to stroll with her hands behind her back, we're all middle schoolers, the difference can't be that great. Hey, it's definitely more than you think. Chenzu combed through his hair and heaved a wistful sigh, all along the way, I've unintentionally hurt others, and now I'm just accustomed to taking care of other people's self-esteem. It's necessary for dealing with people. As they talked, they reached the bus. The automatic door opened with a buzz, and a girl in double pigtails, who didn't mind the cold and wore thigh-high stockings, hopped down first. Finally, we're here. Zhang Ziok stretched greatly. At this sight, Chenzu twitched. It was just Lake Ying Middle School, but why did it feel like she was someone from another country? Her posture and style, and those double pigtails, everywhere she looked screamed foreign idol. Caught in his gaffe, Du Shitong still stepped forward to greet her. Hi, Du Shitong waved and smiled, are you part of the Lake Ying performing group? Right. Zhang Ziok moved forward quickly and casually took Du Shitong's hands, wow. Your school uniform is so pretty. Haha, we only wear it on special formal occasions, and usually, we have to wear these goofy tracksuits. Du Shitong laughed, but your outfit is much nicer, I even suspect you bought it abroad. Nice eye, Zhang Ziok immediately leaned close to Du Shitong and pointed at her eyes, these contact lenses are indeed. While she was speaking, a lone proud figure in black jumped down from the bus. He wore a black Zhongshan suit with the sleeves of his white shirt rolled up. His posture was straight, dignified. His hair flew in the wind, outlining a lonely master's silhouette. However, on that handsome face, there was an indescribable and melancholic sadness. This aura undoubtedly shocked Chenzu once again. Even Du Shitong was stunned. People around Li Zheng had long forgotten one thing. He, Zhang Qinghua, was once the light of Lake Ying, absolutely a top-notch figure. Even Zhang Qinghua himself had forgotten that fact. Cough. He only coughed to clear his throat and said to Zhang Ziok, stop chatting for now, grab the equipment and go set up backstage. Yes, big class leader. Zhang Ziok muttered as she walked towards the bus's luggage compartment. Hearing this title, Chenzu quickly shook his head to snap out of his shock and stepped forward, extending his right hand, you must be Li Zheng, right? I'm Chenzu, I've heard a lot about you. No, Li Zheng's in the back, Zhang Qinghua calmly shook hands, I'm just an ordinary class leader, not worth mentioning. Hearing this not worth mentioning, Chenzu fell into panic again. Your presence, no less than mine, is just an unmentionable figure in Lake Ying? In Chenzu's renewed distress, Du Shitong stepped forward again. Hello, I'm Du Shitong from City First School's Arts Department, let me help you with the luggage. Thanks, but we can manage, Zhang Qinghua shook hands again, then sadly walked towards the luggage compartment. By rights, since the other party had introduced themselves, Zhang Qinghua should have revealed his identity too. But his current state was too dismal, he simply hadn't the mindset to consider these matters. Even Du Shitong, he almost didn't look at all, not out of disrespect, but because he, as the desperate flute player, was in the midst of fully committed detachment. In the end, it appeared that Zhang Qinghua's icy demeanor completely overlooked both of them, leading inevitably to some awkwardness. While Du Shitong was okay with it, Chenzu, with his many years of cultivated strong self-esteem, suddenly felt a bit shaken. Immediately thereafter, a figure wrapped in a long down coat hopped down. Lin Yujing took a deep breath, glanced at the two, and then followed Zhang Qinghua nervously. It was only a moment, but it didn't prevent Chen Zue from losing composure yet again. What the hell is this? This is too cute, isn't it? Could it be wrong? Isn't Lake Ying Middle School in our country? Next, a normal person finally arrived, wearing glasses big and small, with a somewhat old-looking face, but if he studied day and night, it wouldn't be impossible to look this old at 18. This time, Chen Zue finally gained some confidence, managed a smile, and greeted, Li Zheng, right? I've heard a lot about you. No, no, no. Tan Hui waved his hand repeatedly, I'm the music teacher, Li Zheng is behind. Chen Zue was taken aback and couldn't help but look inside the car. At that moment, a sexy, leather-clad hunk lazily got out of the car. Cocky short hair, rebellious eyebrows. Powerful arms, shoes that belong exclusively to an adult in society. All this completely washed away Chen Zue's previous perceptions. In shock, Du Shitong swallowed and nervously asked, like facing the leader of a biker gang, Li Zheng. That's me. Li Zheng calmly raised his hand. And you are? Oh. I'm Du Shitong from the Arts Department of City First School. Du Shitong barely dared to shake hands, merely touching before pulling Chen Zue over. This is our director, Chen Zue. Director Cheng, hello. Li Zheng then turned and extended his hand. You, hello. Chen Zue was also encountering such a man of society for the first time and was not feeling great, even forgetting to shake hands. You, are you really Li Zheng? Upon hearing this, Du Shitong quickly nudged Chen Zue. Such a disgrace. Doesn't our school care about face at all? Luckily, a group of City First School students suddenly rushed over. Li Zheng, you beep. Shi Yang led the charge, laughing and shouting from afar. 4 guys and a girl followed him, spouting all kinds of nonsense. Is this Su Zhu? Wow, such a societal group leader. Haha, Shaolin has a successor now. Shi Yang's original intent was to start with a combination punch for Li Zheng. But as he came close, he was inevitably drawn again to those legs. Then the entire person turned weird. This Lin Yujing is also performing? Shi Yang asked wide-eyed. Lin Yujing quickly turned her head, and upon seeing Shi Yang, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Then suddenly remembered something. And then chuckled, getting back into the cab to busy herself with something. No one understood this scene, only Li Zheng did. It's not what you think, I've never shared your information with Shi Yang. Don't flatter yourself, you're not that important. Though Li Zheng understood, it wasn't appropriate to clarify, as that would seem like he cared too much about the matter. Shi Yang, however, was frightened by Lin Yujing's glance so much that he couldn't speak. Instead, a slightly overweight group member came forward to greet Li Zheng. Hehe, did you receive the secret manuals? Sweeping monk, teacher. Li Zheng shook hands enthusiastically, all good stuff, I'll pass them to the Shaolin disciples behind me after I'm done. Haha, yes. Sweeping monk stepped aside and introduced, this is Guoxiang from the Yimei sect. A girl with glasses stepped forward with a smile, physics is much harder than chemistry, Su Zhu group leader. Li Zheng laughed loudly, no worries, I practice orthodox Shaolin martial arts. Then, Li Zheng recognized Ding Chunkai from Star Pupil C, Wei Yuxiao from Ming sect, and Yu Buchan from Qi sect one by one. During this process, Chen Zue's mind became even more bewildered. Did I walk into the wrong school? After more than half an hour, Li Zheng and others had set up their instruments and equipment and, led by Chen Zue and Du Shitong, took seats at the very front edge of the gymnasium. With about 15 minutes to the official start, both schools' students had entered the venue, and approximately 1/3 of the nearly 20,000 seats in the stadium were occupied. The venue had already been fitted with 3 or 4 camera positions, so students sitting farther away could watch the performance close ups on the suspended big screens. Chen Zue sat next to Li Zheng, deeply annoyed by his earlier disgrace. His goal had already changed, no longer to avoid hurting Lake Ying's students, but to preserve the face of our City First School. Ah, this. Chen Zue casually said, I heard them say, are you preparing for a physics competition? Seeing Li Zheng didn't respond, he turned and continued, last year, our school. His voice suddenly stopped. because Li Zheng was studying. And, not just Li Zheng. All 4 people in this row were damn studying. Each with their heads bowed, looking at the books in their hands, occasionally writing something. Even that girl with twin ponytails, who looked completely unlikely to study, was also damn studying. Is Lei Qing's academic spirit this intense? They must be pretending, right? This must all be an act, right? With an average school score below 500, who are they trying to impress? Chenzu took a deep breath and looked at the textbook in Li Zheng's hands. In a binary star system, the 2 stars can be considered as point masses, with masses m and m, respectively, orbiting the barycenter with a period t. At a certain moment, star m suddenly explodes, losing mass delta m. Ignoring the theory of relativity, if after the explosion m star and m are forever separated, find the conditions that m, and delta m must satisfy. Upon seeing this, Chenzu swallowed his hurried breath back. Sorry for the disturbance. After all, it's Li Zheng, the oddity of Lei Qing. It's not possible that everyone is this odd, right? Chenzu then refocused on Lin Yujing. At that moment, Lin Yujing was biting on her pen, frowning in thought. Ah, it seems she ran into some trouble. Chenzu rarely smiled. How could such a cute girl also study so well? If you have any simple questions, I, rank 72nd at City First School, have some time to help you out. Chenzu cast a glance at that moment. Find an expression for the time averaged power p. The variable p over its period t is defined as p equals 1/tp, t, dt. Sorry. Excuse me. Actually, if Chenzu had continued, he would have seen Zhang Qinghua easily solving the problem, but he no longer had the courage to look further. Chapter 199. For nearly 2 hours afterward, the group of 4, including Li Zheng, spent their time studying, only pretending to applaud when necessary. For Li Zheng, studying was natural, the relaxation brought by watching such performances wasn't as good as watching others play Animal Crossing. As for Lin Yujing, when extremely bored, with nowhere to go and unable to sleep, she would usually choose to study. Zhang Xiaoke, although seemingly frivolous about her interest in the 2-dimensional space on the surface, had actually set high aspirations and would study whenever she had the chance. Zhang Qinghua didn't want to study at that time, but with many others studying, he felt obliged to do the same. It is said that being close to a study demon influences one to study. Spending long periods with Li Zheng, one would mysteriously be pulled into the vortex of studying. As for the audience in the back, the students had long been sleepy, and many had already taken out their phones to fiddle with them. Having seen many, the school's cultural performance really couldn't stir up much enthusiasm. Instead, when the attractive male and female hosts announced the acts, many would look up at the screens momentarily. In this regard, it really wasn't as good as having a New Year's basketball game or a battle of the Singing Kings. At that moment, Chenzu was faced with a dull performance, surrounded by the gravitational field of study demons, with the tidal wave of sleepiness behind him. Having been through so much over the years, he suddenly felt that his life was quite a failure. He also had no choice but to affirm his defiance with each round of applause. At about 4 o'clock, a message finally popped up on WeChat, signaling that it was time for Li Zheng and the others to prepare for their performance. Chenzu finally had a chance to interrupt their studying and led them towards the preparation area at the edge of the field. During this time, Li Zheng was still discussing something called Schrödinger equation with Lin Yujing. Chenzu couldn't understand a word and couldn't join the conversation at all. Zhang Xiaoke, who seemed quite unsophisticated, kept saying things like yes, yes, brilliant, wonderful, non-stop. Watching her bouncing figure, Chenzu couldn't help but doubt his own intelligence. Has the threshold for the 2-dimensional space become so high now? As for Zhang Qinghua, he had withdrawn early on and, upon reaching the backstage preparation area, silently pulled out an object resembling a thick bamboo tube and began to wipe it solemnly. This scene went unnoticed, and Zhang Qinghua had long been prepared to fade into the background. However, life is full of disappointments, often not living up to one's desires. Contrary to one's hopes seems to have been written into his destiny early on. Is this? Du Shitong suddenly dropped everything, ran over, and stared at the instrument in his hand, exclaiming in astonishment, "A shakuhachi." Yes, Zhang Qinghua responded somberly. Turning to Zhang Qinghua, Du Shitong's eyes lit up. You know how to play this? Yes. Seeing Zhang Qinghua's reluctance to talk more, Du Shitong looked at the other instruments laid out on the ground around them. Are you using so many instruments? Yes. And you? Just the shakuhachi. That should be enough. Du Shitong carefully raised her hands. May I touch the shakuhachi? Yes. As Du Shitong gently touched it, she felt none of the regularity of modern instruments, sensing instead a natural ruggedness and simplicity. She felt as if she was touching a carefully selected piece of bamboo, not an instrument. Although she knew Zhang Qinghua was sparing with words, she couldn't help asking, there must be very few people in the country who can play this. How did you learn? The teacher who taught me to play the flute taught me, Zhang Qinghua answered expressionlessly. He is also a successor, but with no one else to pass it on to, he had to teach me. Du Shitong swallowed hard and asked, that teacher must be a formidable person, right? Only I think he is formidable. Such ancient music isn't loved by many, and I am just making up the numbers, Zhang Qinghua said with a quiet sigh, turning his back. Go take care of Li Zheng and the others, don't bother about me. Watching Zhang Qinghua's bleak and desolate back, Du Shitong felt a pang of unbearable sympathy and even some heartache. But, isn't playing the shakuhachi well worth the effort just as much as playing the guitar? Du Shitong didn't look at him and just stiffly said, I play the yaokan, I understand the feeling of playing ancient musical instruments. It's just that the audience for such music is small, this music is meant to be played for oneself, why care so much about what others think? Drip drop. A drop of warm, gentle spring water, uninvited, merged into the frozen ground. How? Is it springtime? Zhang Qinghua suddenly turned to look back. In the thawing of the surrounding frost, he finally saw the true face of the girl. Peachy cheeks, furrowed brows, who says this isn't soul-stirring? But before he could say anything, the host's announcement had already sounded. Next, we invite from Lake Ying Middle School, Li Zheng, Lin Yujing, Zhang Qinghua, Zhang Ziok, and the music teacher to bring us cross-dimensional grand medley. Okay, sorry to bother you, hurry up on stage. Du Shitong only said Zhang Qinghua was naturally aloof, and it wasn't good to disturb his contemplation at this time, so she just twisted her body and sang softly, though I am far from your realm, I will automatically filter out the noise and focus only on the flute. Good luck. Zhang Qinghua didn't have time to respond before Du Shitong had picked up the violin, following others to send it up to the stage. By the time Zhang Qinghua caught up and everyone had finished setting up, he looked up only to see her retreating backstage. What am I doing? Zhang Qinghua asked himself. Before he could ask, your name, ah. After everything was set up and confirmed with the staff, suddenly there was a loud bang, and all the lights in the hall went out. This was planned, the solo part of Fly Me to the Moon, where only 2 powerful spotlights would shine. This sudden darkness caused the already drowsy audience to become restless. Especially Shi Yang. Li Zheng's fake is going up, oh, record this, watch him embarrass himself. I don't believe the chem competition's champion can play that well anyway. Ha, Su Zhu the little monk is someone who broke the intricate chess game. Alright, stop dragging your physics Jianghu into this. The literacy department said this was a program pushed by Principal Zhou of Lake Ying, we haven't even reviewed it, it's all for Li Zheng to show off. I'm more concerned about those 2 girls, hope there are close UPS. On the dark stage, Li Zheng and Lin Yujing stood back to back in the center, with Zhang Ziok and Zhang Qinghua temporarily standing aside. According to the plan, Lin Yujing was afraid of facing the audience, so she hid behind Li Zheng. Li Zheng, a fearless man, thus faced the entire audience directly. In the eerie silence, the 2 close together seemed to feel each other's pulse. At the same time, it was very awkward. Being an absolute gentleman with a sexy behind, Li Zheng tried not to let his buttocks touch her. His lower body had to jut forward forcefully. This resulted in his pose looking somewhat bizarre. His breathing also became somewhat heavy. However, at this tense moment, Lin Yujing adapted before Li Zheng. You don't need this pose, it's a performance. Lin Yujing whispered in the darkness, her eyes closed, savoring the moment, since I've decided to give you this gift, since I'm already here, let's deliver a perfect performance. Oh. It was then that Li Zheng straightened his knees, no longer thrusting forward. Undoubtedly, there was also an inevitable touch. In this indescribable time, at this indescribable location, accompanied by indescribable contact. Li Zheng himself became indescribable. He was flustered. Damn. I'm a bit nervous. Li Zheng swallowed dryly, whispering, Aren't you panicking? It's okay, I've performed a lot since elementary school, and there were music tests and stuff. But aren't you scared of facing crowds? That's why I'm hiding behind you. After a span of indescribable tension, Li Zhang vigorously rubbed his face, trying to motivate himself. It's fine, we've rehearsed many times, and there's only the spotlight anyway, you can't see the audience anyway. Li Zhang took a deep breath and said, 3 seconds after my intro starts, the main lights will come on, don't get startled. Damn, don't act up at a time like this. Also, remember it's I love you at the end, not I you. I what? I love you. Are you taking advantage of me? Damn, we'll settle this after the performance. Li Zhang sighed deeply, gently patting the piano case to find the beat. 5-second countdown. Okay. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Ready or not, here it comes, just do it. Unparalleled 2, accepted. Relaxation of vitality value limit has been lifted. Countdown 10:00. Li Zhang needed inflict. As the fingers left the strings, the sound of the piano rose. Unlike simple chord accompaniments, each of Li Zhang's fingers played old blues, rolling out melodies that, while not endlessly complex, certainly had a few twists and turns. In this slightly magical melody, the hearts in the darkness gathered together. The atmosphere of the entire venue was instantly transported to another world. In this piano sound, 2 spotlights timely lit up, illuminating the small universes of Li Zhang and Lin Yujing. Only then did the astonished murmur of Wum Wum rise. More people turned their eyes to the hanging screen. Inside, their hearts emitted exclamations similar to Jinzu's. Is this guy really Li Zhang? Amidst the rising exclamations, Lin Yujing closed her eyes, not needing to seek out the melody or beat at all, merely feeling the pulse from behind, she confidently raised the microphone. Fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like. On Jupiter and Mars. Actually, by the second note, the audience already had goosebumps all over. This was truly an inexplicable voice, not about showing off vocal runs or techniques, but just purely pleasant to the ear. In the center of the stage, the two seemed unrelated to others, immersed in their own separate universe. Back to back. One playing the piano, the other singing. To those in the audience, it was utterly unbearable. These two people. Are they feeding us dog food here? As for Shi Yang, not only were his hairs standing on end, but his eyes were bloodshot too. Even now, he couldn't figure out who exactly was Lin Yujing. But he had at least figured out one thing. The one deeply singing with Li Zhang now, and the one who traveled thousands of miles to deliver supplies that day, were two different people. Does this scumbag have more than one girlfriend? Isn't that scummy? Some are starved to death by drought and others drowned by flood. Inside the venue, Camera 4 took a large circle to finally capture Lin Yujing's face. In the midst of her singing, her eyes gently closed, seemingly smiling. He didn't even know why he was laughing. When that close-up appeared on the suspended screen, not a single person felt sleepy anymore. This happiness and indulgence. First, it was sweet. Then, it turned sour. Sour to the root of the tongue, the kind of sour that makes you shiver on a hot day. This face would only ever be associated with the name Lin Yujing, never Zhang Xiok. Although most people admired in awe, there were always some who would start talking. Ah, this is Lin Yujing. Shi Yang trembled with mixed feelings as he stared at the girl on the screen. The probability of her being a chemistry girl is 0.002%, the probability of her being a super beauty is 0.5%, and the combined probability of both is 1 in 10 million, and the probability of her falling in love with someone is infinitely close to 0. Why, damn it, why is mathematics so absurd? Isn't listening to music good? Why think about this? Sweeping monk advised. Old master, I feel sour. I really feel sour this time. Shi Yang lowered his head and grabbed his pants. What about Prague, does it even matter? I finally understand why Li Zhang was so eager to come back to school. Yu Buchan sighed lightly. Truly, Su Zhu's thoughts are impure, while his body is in the chem competitions, his heart is already in the physics Jianghu. Guo Xiang from the back row scolded, shut up and listen to the music, you guys are so annoying. Meanwhile, in the front row, two principals sat side by side, equally filled with emotions. Even Principal Li of the City First School's high school division couldn't help feeling a bit jealous and couldn't restrain himself, asking, "Principal Zhou, how did you recruit these two students?" It was just the normal middle school entrance exam, it seemed they both chose it because it was close to home. Lu Xiaodong sighed, "Don't tease me, our Lake Ying has this much luck only once in decades." "Don't say that." Principal Li hurriedly patted Lu Xiaodong on the shoulder and leaned close to him, whispering, "Aren't they still going to participate in the physics competitions? A good ranking in the physics Jianghu can really weigh a lot. If they get a good position, and you market it well, Lake Ying's enrollment next year is certainly going to jump a grade up. I'll take your good word for it, haha." Lu Xiaodong could no longer contain himself, laughing broadly. "And another thing." Principal Li glanced at the two on the stage, his smile becoming more sly, "How long have they been dating?" "About a semester now," Lu Xiaodong chuckled, "that's something I'm quite experienced in. You can't always discourage young people harshly, sometimes you have to play along a bit." "You truly are Principal Zhou, using unexpected tactics." "Not at all, just going with the flow." Back to the center stage. Li Zheng's performance, in truth, wasn't fully exerted. Because he was always glancing toward the vitality value. Current recovery rate, 2752/minute. This indeed was the highest recovery number he had ever seen, nearly 8,000 people meeting expectations. But, it still wasn't enough. If he needed to recover 500 hours within 10 minutes, this number had to consistently stay above 3,000 to be stable. Fortunately, a brief interlude solo came up at this moment, and the camera switched to Li Zheng, allowing him briefly to break 4,000. "Good. Keep it up. Keep sewing for a while." That was the plan, but just when Li Zheng had been sewing for a few seconds, he suddenly heard a collective hum from the audience, and the rate suddenly dropped back to 2,000. What? Could it be he played a wrong note? Filled with agitation, Li Zheng suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation and turned his head to the left. Before he knew it, Lin Yujing had quietly moved to his side. At that moment, she was gazing at him, quietly listening. Her expression was rather intriguing. Li Zheng felt a bit panicked. They had agreed to just wing it back to back. Suddenly opting for a deep emotional gaze? That wasn't in the plan. Chapter 200. His heart might have been in turmoil, but his fingers remained as steady as ever. He thus turned his body to match Lin Yujing's, responding to her gaze. Lin Yujing must have long since stopped being nervous, now seeking even better performance results. Li Zheng, while fully understanding, dared not truly look Lin Yujing in the eye. Neither her flowing gown nor her mesmerizing eyes. But Lin Yujing showed no shyness, her gaze fixed on Li Zheng as she sang with passion, "You are all I long for." Li Zheng was already drenched in sweat, and he didn't dare to dwell on it, for fear of losing his composure. It was only then that he remembered. Su Zhu only appeared to be a Shaolin monk on the surface, but was actually someone who couldn't resist temptation. Damn it! Lin Yujing, who normally wouldn't even spare a word, was now suddenly acting arrogantly as hell. Was she using the scene to express her emotions, or was it personal vendetta? Li Zheng became even more agitated, his fingering sliding into disarray. Under normal circumstances, he would have already started reciting the calming incantation or exhortation to study. But right now, doing so would undoubtedly disrupt the rhythm of the playing, and risk turning a beautiful song into a mix of Buddhist tones. No, that wouldn't do. Hold on, it's almost over." Just as Li Zheng was stubbornly gritting his teeth and persevering, he felt a sudden chill on his neck. A pair of hands reached out to him. Then, his chin was gently lifted. Suddenly, he saw Lin Yujing's face. So close. In other words, "Please be true." Her voice seemed to bypass his ears and go straight into his body. Under the gaze of those dreamy eyes, Li Zheng's technique completely scattered, and he unconsciously reverted to beginner-level mindless chord playing. He was intoxicated, and he had collapsed. In a daze, Lin Yujing once again closed her eyes. In other words, "I woo you." In the end, she still didn't sing love. The long note ended, and the audience screamed. Simple screams, primarily from the girls. Completely uncontrollable, they just had to shout out. Of course, there were boys shouting too, but most of them were cursing. Your mother, your mother." Shi Yang desperately clutched his own head, "Screw chemistry. I'm going to study physics too. Wake up, Duan Yu, it has nothing to do with chemistry or physics. Li Zheng, this bastard. I can't take it anymore, let's beat him up together later, shall we? Count me in. Guo Xiang, what mess are you causing? In the center of the stage, Lin Yujing took a short breath and then retracted her hands with a smile, that's the right way to sing. Your face is so hot. Lin Yujing narrowed her eyes, don't tell me, you took it seriously. Serious? With you? Li Zheng suddenly turned his head, his teeth clenched so hard they seemed like they might bleed. It's a performance, just a performance, can you plan it out next time? His anger was not solely because of his own embarrassingly thin-skinned face. It was also about the rate of vitality loss. Now, it had dropped to 1000. All of it, taken away by Lin Yujing. This is bad, really bad. In the midst of his agony, Lin Yujing cheerfully sat at the electric keyboard. Zhang Qinghua and Zhang Xiao quickly took to the stage. The Tool classmate responsible for setting up the equipment placed all kinds of instruments beside them, and Tan Hui swiftly sat down at the drum set. Li Zheng took a saxophone from one of the Tool classmates and took a deep breath. Don't panic, there's still a chance. For safety, he had even activated breath of phonation. The next 7 minutes were when the stage would truly come alive. The lights went off once again, returning the scene to darkness. After 3 seconds, slowly, the sound of a door opening echoed in the venue. Before anyone could react, all the lights flared on all at once, and all the instruments started up. In the front, Li Zheng, with his saxophone ready, gathered all his energy to start blaring arrogantly. The familiar melody of Conan's case solving suddenly resonated throughout the venue. Childhood memories were instantly awakened, and the dog food that kills was also washed away in an instant. This time, the entire venue started to clamor. Including Shi Yang. Ah! Your mom, he can play the sax too. Damn it, Su Zhu is just unreasonable. Li Zheng himself got more and more into it, his whole body twisting. Alright, 4100 now. Conan is just the best. In 1 minute's time, just when Conan had finished playing, utility player Zhang Xiao quickly brought in an electric guitar to take over from the sax. Tan Hui shook his head, and the drum beat suddenly changed. Li Zheng twisted his waist fiercely, strumming wildly, and immediately entered the chorus of Digital Monsters' Butterfly. Even more intense screams instantly drowned out everything else. Vitality value also topped out at 4500. In his excitement, Li Zheng's performance grew more confident. After playing this song, all the instruments' sounds halted at once. Tan Hui turned around to switch hammers, and started beating on a bizarre, large drum, the beat like the opening of a war. Hearing this, many already sensed what was coming. Shadow of Fire. It's time for Shadow of Fire. In the center of the stage, Li Zheng stepped back and Zhang Qinghua stepped forward. With a fierce raise of his head and a gathering of breath, the sound of the bamboo flute pierced the air like a bayonet. Ah! This time, Du Shitong in the front row screamed first, so it's here. In the midst of all the shouting from the audience, only Chenzu remained slightly calm. Lake Ying, that's just too freakish, but speaking of Shitong. Just as he was about to ask something, he saw the vice president listening intently. Ache. Chenzu could only heave a sigh as well. Thank goodness for this show. This New Year's, it would probably be remembered forever. At this moment, the performance on stage has actually just passed the halfway mark. Just when everyone thought that the girl with twin tails was just a utility player, she suddenly took over the microphone, becoming the singer for a certain scientific railgun, Only My Railgun. Though not many knew the name of the song, nobody could sit still once the melody started. Unexpectedly, what followed a certain scientific railgun was the even more addictive Pure Land of Bliss. Zhang Xiao completely entered the ultimate two-dimensional state, finally living up to her outfit. In the end, it was Li Zheng's violin solo for Crimson Lotus Bow and Arrow. This piece, due to its inexpressible original work, had been heard by fewer people, but it was especially fervent. At the lift-off of the chorus, at least 100 people stood up in unison, pounding their right arms against their left chests, shouting to offer their hearts. After this barrage of craziness, although the few on stage were already gasping for breath, they also felt thoroughly satisfied. The applause and screaming went on and on. And on. And on. Even though they had bowed and thanked the audience many times, it still continued. This was actually a common occurrence for concerts in music halls, where endless applause forces the band to stay on stage for an encore. Seeing such a strong momentum, the two principals also sent a message up, asking them for an impromptu additional performance. The few people on stage discussed and had no choice but to deliver a cello version of Doraemon that had been practiced but was shelved due to lackluster effect. It's worth mentioning that among them was Jong Kinghwa's performance on the triangle. However, the response was still enthusiastic, and in the end, Principal Lee had to come on stage to calm things down before the Lake Ying band was reluctantly let go. Only when the host started the closing remarks did the group finally manage to move to the side of the stage. There's a recording of this, right? Zhang Ziok grabbed Li Zheng's arm and started shaking it like crazy. Need a recording, need a recording, need a recording. Li Zheng was having a great time in the second half, but hearing this, he was reminded of the shameful first half. Need my ass, it's better without. Lin Yujing approached, chuckling, need a recording. What's so good about it, it's boring. Li Zheng swore, blushing, just you wait, there will come a time when I'll embarrass you. About that. Zhang Qinghua floated over from somewhere, actually, I also want the recording, such a performance isn't easy to come by. At 30, when I watch it again, I'll probably laugh a lot. Right. Tan Hui sat not far away, wiping his eyes, I never thought it would really happen, I want to show it to my daughter. Li Zheng and the others didn't expect that the most unrestrained and passionate one would turn out to be the non-existent music teacher. Sigh. Who doesn't have a dream that's been ground to dust? Just as they started packing up, preparing to move everything to the car, Chenzu suddenly ran over, out of breath, don't rush. Oh. Li Zheng saw him and started backing away, no encore, no more shows. It's not that. Chenzu ran up, somewhat embarrassedly raising his hand. You could clearly see a white envelope in his hand. Sigh. Li Zheng breathed out a sigh, it's my fault. Indeed, this was his fault. In his zeal to complete the mission, he had exaggeratedly radiated his personal charm, disturbing the hearts of others. Sorry to all the teachers and students of City First School. It was my fault. Li Zheng was flushed with embarrassment and reached out to take it. Please tell her that the primary task of high school students is to study, they should definitely not start dating too early. Hey! Chenzu quickly shrank back and said, what are you thinking? It's not for you. Li Zheng was shocked. Chenzu walked step by step towards Zhang Qinghua, someone, this is for you. Zhang Qinghua was startled, me. Yes, you. Chenzu stuffed the small envelope into Zhang Qinghua's hands, sighed deeply, then turned around, it was hard work. After the performance video editing is finished, it will be sent to you. You've all taught me a lot too. Having said that, he waved his hand and left. Only a few dazed people were left behind. Li Zheng and Zhang Qinghua were especially stunned. Li Zheng, how is it possible? I have this day too? Zhang Qinghua, how is it possible? I have this day too? Afterwards, the two looked at each other. Li Zheng, you also have this day? Zhang Qinghua, you also have this day? Hey! Zhang Ziok was not pleased, and gave Zhang Qinghua a knee poke in the butt, if anyone should have it, it should be the three of us, how come it's your turn? Yet. Zhang Qinghua himself also rubbed his head. Although he looked innocent, his heart had already thought of someone. The melody high and the meaning profound. A true friend is hard to find. One is enough. Is it her? Lin Yujing wasn't usually interested in gossip, but love letters to Zhang Qinghua were indeed rare, which also piqued her curiosity. She moved closer to Zhang Qinghua and said, let's read the love letter. Is that okay? Zhang Qinghua swallowed. Li Zheng also pressed forward, you all peeked at mine, hurry up. No way. Zhang Qinghua took a deep breath and turned away, let me check the content first, then you can see if it's okay. Oh, getting excited, hey. Zhang Ziok was about to barge in with selective amnesia. It was still Li Zheng, who managed to hold Zhang Ziok back for the time being, let it be, let him read it first. Zhang Qinghua, under pressure, nervously opened the envelope and slowly unfolded the paper. The paper was wax-colored and slightly fragrant. The handwriting was also delicate and ancient. Melody conveyed in the sound of a flute. A hidden childlike dream in the cold. If you are the tune in the score, I will express the 5 notes. A song reveals the grand spirit. Spring breeze seeks entrance at the door. Ah! Zhang Qinghua sighed. This poetry, this writing, it must be her. But who is she? What does all this mean? Zhang Qinghua, lost in thought, didn't realize. Li Zheng, Lin Yujing, and Zhang Xiaoke had been peeking for quite a while. Ugh! Lin Yujing looked distressed, it turned out to be her. I'm so blind, I actually quite liked her, Zhang Xiaoke punched herself. Li Zheng also shook his head in pity, I thought she was someone who studied hard, I was mistaken. What? Zhang Qinghua hurriedly folded the letter and turned around, how come you all understand it? Isn't it obvious? Zhang Xiaoke looked at Zhang Qinghua as if looking at a doggy, it's an acrostic poem, just read every fourth word. Is it? Zhang Qinghua looked down again and sneakily started reading. The fourth word. Poetry. Child. Et. 5. Grand. Door. Poetry child at door 5? Her name is. Zhang Qinghua suddenly realized. Du Shitong, right? She's probably waiting for you at door number 5, Li Zheng patted Zhang Qinghua, better go reject her, advise her to study hard, and not to be distracted. Even Zhang Xiaoke couldn't stand it when she heard this, she grabbed Li Zheng's shoulder in protest. Master! I might not be human, but you're truly a dog. What happened? You both were just like that, Zhang Xiaoke pointed accusingly at Lin Yujing, you only allow yourself to play with fire with Jingjing, and Qinghua can't even light a lamp. Lin Yujing suddenly launched an attack, grabbing Zhang Xiaoke's face with both hands and swiftly began to knead, it's a performance, it was all a performance, need punishment. Woo 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 woo. Number 5, number 5. Zhang Qinghua rapidly scanned the entire venue, Shi Tong. Hey! Li Zheng's expression tensed, you wouldn't. Kindred spirit. Zhang Qinghua turned back, gripping Li Zheng's shoulders tightly, quick, help me find gate 5. When people start leaving, I'll lose her. Kindred spirit, as in someone who can understand your flute playing. Right. I see. Li Zheng glanced at Lin Yujing, who was caught in a mutual kneading scuffle with Zhang Xiaoke, his expression gradually growing somber, with that being said. I understand now, gate 5 is to your left rear. On the ride back. Lin Yujing and Zhang Xiaoke were sound asleep together, all cozied up. Zhang Xiaoke was sprawled across the chair back, oblivious to the fact that Lin Yujing had already sneakily reclined on her legs. It was as if she was using her as a blanket. Across the aisle, Zhang Qinghua couldn't stop giggling foolishly at her phone. Looks like she's grown a lot more hair. Li Zheng alone, next to her, sat solemnly, his eyes closed. At that moment, he was actually quite panicked. This group performance had his teammates performing too powerfully, dividing his attention too much. The task, far too precarious. But it was what it was, the result was already out, time to face it. Task accepted, unparalleled 2. Countdown, midnight. Timer ended. Unparalleled closed. Highest instantaneous recovery rate, 5182.2/minute. Average recovery rate, 3051.7/minute. Total vitality restored, 508.6 hours. Whew! Only then did Li Zheng breathe a sigh of relief. Good thing it was a performance for an 8,000-strong audience, patched up here and there, barely scraping by. Although his teammates had stolen the spotlight, without them, this explosive performance would have been impossible to pull off. Except for Lin Yujing, she was a major disruptive factor, nearly leading to their downfall because of her. If I perform with her again, I'm a dog. Thinking about Lin Yujing's despicable behavior during the performance only made Li Zheng angrier. He decided to scrunch up a piece of paper and threw it at her. The paper ball accurately hit Lin Yujing's nose. Lin Yujing groggily opened her eyes, rubbed her nose, irritably patted Zhang Xiaoke's belly, then promptly tilted her head and drifted back to sleep. Sleeping so soundly after such vile actions, truly infuriating. Li Zheng couldn't be bothered with her anymore and closed his eyes to ponder the task's outcome. Task completed, unparalleled 2. Game coins, 535. Please choose one unparalleled title. 1. History textbook. Select a history book of under 10 million characters and fully understand and memorize it. 2. Biology prints. Select biological material of under 2 million characters and fully understand and memorize it. 3. Senior programmer. Select the development manuals for 3 programming languages and fully understand and memorize them. As expected, the reward this time was a no-brainer. He had decided on it at first glance. Without a sound, Li Zheng acquired a new title. But his first move wasn't to study which programming language to learn. He touched his forehead instead. Still there, still there. Casually, he glanced at his current status list. Title: Li Succubus Human-Shaped Dictionary Senior Programmer Zheng. Buff: Chemical Frenzy, Entering Demonization, not activated. Talent: Chemical Meditation. Well, not as spectacular as he had imagined. But a solid restoration of 104 hours of vitality value per day, that was still quite impressive. Just like this, moving forward at full speed for 4 months. Heh. There will be tears. By then, Lin Yujing will definitely cry. Using learning to repay grievances is the right way to deal with her.